Chapter 363. There were many dragon caves in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Dragon chi surged and divine light sparkled. Ancient coffins bobbed up and down as immemorial creatures were awakened. Yi Fan felt chilled from head to toe. He felt a great danger, as if a real dragon had pinned him down. His bones and flesh were about to break. Immediately, he used the mysterious jade platform. At the same time, he stormed forward and created a big hand to pull the immemorial divine herb to run away. However, it was beyond his estimation that the roots of this holy item were really tough. He couldn't pull it off. Yi Fan discolored. Although the divine herb was precious, his life was more precious. He didn't want to lose his life here. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. The ear-piercing screech arose from the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was so mournful and frightening. Tu Fei and Pang Bo felt their hair stand on end, let alone Yi Fan. At this moment, his scalp was numb. A murderous aura like a rising flood swept over, as if it could crush this world. Without the myriad chi cauldron, this murderous aura could pierce through him. He couldn't imagine how intimidating it was. Shi Yan glanced and saw the ancient coffin still bobbing up and down in the pile of divine origin. The 2-meter-long divine origin block with the humanoid creature inside hadn't broken its seal yet. He knew that what he saw was just a corner of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The terrifying screeching came from somewhere else. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. He stormed toward the divine herb and extended his hand to pull it out. It was because he found that the big hand made of light couldn't do anything to this holy item. It was born with the ability to absorb God power. All of a sudden, the entire divine herb shook. Gold light sparkled. The fruited boar was struggling unceasingly as if it wanted to get rid of it. Yi Fan was stunned. This immemorial divine herb was too magical. The gold fruit looked like a small dragon, as if it had a life of its own. It was wiggling back and forth. It looked like it was made of gold, vivid and dazzling. The dragon bead in its mouth was sparkling. It shot out immediately. The fragrance was intoxicating, making people unable to free themselves. This kind of aura had an incomparable attraction. Although Yi Fan had a firm mind, he almost lost himself in it. He quickly dodged to the side and used his hand to disperse the might of the dragon pearl. It possessed great power and was enough to pierce through the flesh of ordinary people. Yi Fan's fingers lightly drew an arc that contained Dao energy, freezing it in midair. He hurriedly took out a small white jade cauldron, opened the lid of the cauldron, and put the dragon pearl inside. Pa! The lid of the cauldron closed, and he released a long breath. The divine medicine had to be sealed in a flawless jade artifact, or else it would automatically fall off, leaving nothing behind. In just a split second, the shrill voice had already closed in by several li. It was about to rush out of the nest of 10,000 dragons and arrive before them. Yi Fan quickly took action, plucking the archaic divine medicine, wanting to seize it. However, something that left him stupefied happened. One after another, the aura of 10,000 dragons lingered in front of the primordial divine medicine. It turned into a golden light and entered the ground. Chi! Yi Fan's fingertip brushed past the golden fruit that was shaped like a little dragon. It coughed out 9 drops of golden liquid, and with a flash of light, it completely disappeared. He failed at the last moment. Yi Fan had the urge to curse out loud. This stock of divine medicine could actually run. This exceeded his expectations. To be more precise, only after it spat out the dragon pearl did it break free from its restrictions and fly away. With a flash of light, a small jade bottle appeared in his hands. The 9 drops of golden liquid that the little dragon coughed out were collected inside, not allowing them to land on the ground. At the same time, his palm cracked the surface of the earth. The energy of 10,000 dragons surged, but unfortunately, the divine medicine was nowhere to be seen. It had long fled to who knew where. Pa! Yi Fan released another palm strike. Earth and rocks flew everywhere, and divine radiance rushed into the heavens. It was extremely blinding, making it impossible to open one's eyes. It was as if there was a sun buried underground. As expected, there was a divine source underground. It was the size of a face, and it was even more blazing than a divine sun. Without a doubt, the divine medicine would move and absorb its essence. Yi, hurry, and run. Pang Bo shouted loudly. The big one is about to come out, the Black Emperor also shouted. It's less than 500 meters away from you. Tu Fei also shouted in fear. They didn't need to shout. Yi Fan had already felt it. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, it was as if a vast ocean was surging out. He had never felt such a terrifying killing intent. It was so strong that his body couldn't help but shiver. The source chi hanging down from the cauldron above his head was also shaking. Yi Fan rolled up his sleeve and put away the divine source. He activated the profound jade platform and disappeared instantly. He started to cross the sky. Crack! The profound jade platform, which was left at its original spot, shattered instantly. It was crushed by an invisible killing intent and turned into powder. Bang! Several miles away, Yi Fan fell down. If he hadn't sensed something was wrong and hid in the cauldron, he would have been smashed into pieces the moment he was interrupted while crossing the sky. Only a holy item like the source chi could protect him. He wasn't afraid that the sky would suddenly collapse. Go quickly. In front of him, Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and the big black dog shouted. They weren't far from him. They had prepared the profound jade platform and were about to cross the sky. Yi Fan used Crazy Ole's footwork and dashed onto the black jade platform. At the same time, the Black Emperor used the source chi to activate the Dao patterns. The moment the door to the sky opened, Yi Fan turned around hurriedly and saw the creature flying toward him like lightning from several miles away. It was covered by a divine halo and looked like a mighty god. Its long purple hair covered half of its face. Only a pair of purple eyes could be seen, which were as sharp as knives. It didn't have arms, only a pair of golden divine wings that looked like they were made of divine gold. Its lower body was that of a snake, more than 10 meters long. Black scales sparkled. It flew in the sky as fast as lightning. Yi Fan used the cauldron to take them in. At the same time, the sky closed and they disappeared. Behind them, the immemorial creature was 1 mile away. With a roar, it spat out a mouthful of essence chi. Bang! The profound jade platform was smashed by the invisible killing intent. Bang! Above the abyss, the myriad chi cauldron fell out. They were in a sorry state, but they weren't hurt. At the same time, they saw the ice palace again. That peerless beauty was sleeping peacefully, bobbing up and down in the surging dragon chi. Why did I see her eyelashes move again? The big black dog quickly retreated a few steps. 70 or 80,000 years have passed. She can't still be alive. Hurry up and use the profound jade platform. Tu Fei scolded, urging it to move. With a loud roar, the deep abyss shook. The immemorial creature was about to rush up. Is there any justice in this world? In the blink of an eye, he's already in front of us. His speed is too ridiculous. He's not much slower than us when we crossed the sky. With a flash of light, they disappeared again. This time, they came to the exit of the underground palace. They didn't fall out because they failed to cross the sky. Instead, the formation of the ancient Holy Land blocked the way, so they couldn't pass through. They quickly found the original path and rushed to the surface. When they arrived at the snowy mountain, they didn't hesitate and started to cross the sky again. This time, they traveled a full 4,000 miles before stopping. The immemorial royal family is too terrifying. Pang Bo sat on the snowy ground, still fearful. That's definitely not an immemorial king. When a real king comes out, millions of corpses and rivers of blood will be left. His power is unimaginable. The big black dog shook his head. Damn dog, you're too immoral. The immemorial king is so powerful, and you still urged little Yezi to pick the godly medicine? Tu Fei scolded. The immemorial king definitely won't come out. He's in an eternal sleep. Only his protector will be awakened. The big black dog gave a bunch of reasons and said, plus, the nest of 10,000 dragons is so big, and it's several miles away from the exit. It was worth the risk. Didn't we succeed? Yi Fan was still fearful. The protector was already so powerful. How strong would the floating ancient coffin and the creature in the exceptional divine source block be? Although he was regretful that he couldn't pick the holy item, he had gained a lot. This trip was not in vain. Yi Fan took out the small white jade cauldron and the jade bottle. Although they were sealed tightly, a refreshing fragrance still seeped out. Then, he took out the divine source block. Tens of thousands of beams of divine light bloomed, illuminating the ice field. What a great harvest! Pang Bo and Tu Fei were very surprised. The big black dog was almost drooling. Damn dog, don't have any bad ideas. This is for Yi Fan to break the curse. If you dare to take it, the three of us will skin you alive and eat your dog meat, Tu Fei warned. F***CK. Am I that kind of person? It'll be strange if I'm not. Tu Fei snorted. They took turns to look at it, clicking their tongues in wonder. The dragon pearl was crystal clear and sparkling. The fragrance was so strong that it could intoxicate people. The 9 drops of golden dragon liquid were also magical. They looked like 9 small dragons, and the fragrance seeped into people's bones. It's worthy of being a peerless godly medicine. Its value is immeasurable. The fruit of that godly medicine is a dragon and a dragon pearl. It's so magical. They couldn't estimate its value, but they thought it would be much more precious than the damaged godly medicine they got in the sacred city. No matter what, it was a complete pearl fruit. It's too bad that we couldn't pluck that dragon fruit. Otherwise, the great sage and the emperor would fight for it. It's absolutely the only godly medicine that can be plucked in this world. The big black dog looked at it, but Tu Fei didn't let him come close. He said that the dog was a bad dog and didn't believe him. Eventually, Yi Fan held it and let the dog observe it for a while. The dog was drooling. Tu Fei hugged the dog's neck tightly, just in case. It's hard to find an immemorial godly medicine in this world. Each of them represents the life of a peerless expert. In the eyes of people who need it, it's even more precious than a holy weapon of the extreme path. Let alone the dragon pearl fruit, the 9 drops of dragon liquid have an amazing origin. It's the blood that the small dragon coughed out. It's the essence. Actually, if we can grow a godly medicine and keep it by our side forever, it's more desirable than a holy weapon of the extreme path. The big black dog's saliva melted the snow on the ground. If Tu Fei didn't hold him tightly, he would have jumped on it already. Yi Fan was also moved. If he could keep an immemorial godly medicine by his side, the benefits would be endless. Unfortunately, it was almost impossible. Even the Holy Lands couldn't do it. They couldn't find the celestial root. When my saint physique is completed, I will definitely go back and plant that godly medicine by my side. A saint physique with completed saint physique can live for tens of thousands of years. If you keep an immemorial godly medicine, people from the Holy Lands will definitely cry and curse you behind your back. The big black dog drooled again. Keeping a godly medicine is like having another life. A saint physique with completed saint physique can definitely challenge a great emperor. The ancient sages can create their own small worlds. At that time, it's the best time to keep an immemorial godly medicine. Suddenly, Pang Bo was startled. He looked at the horizon and said, "Someone's coming." It was a dozen beautiful women. They were as beautiful as fairies. They flew in the sky, their purple clothes fluttering in the wind. They looked extraordinary in the ice and snow. The saintess of the Z government is coming to this ice field. Is she here? That's right. It's the people of the Z government. Tu Fei instantly laughed and said, "Brothers, what are you waiting for? Today, we must hunt down the saintess of the Z government. My wish is about to come true. I'll have a saint or saintess as a human pet," the Black Emperor howled. If someone heard their words, they would definitely be dumbfounded. These four were extremely daring. When they gathered together, they would definitely be a disaster. Chapter 364. Without a doubt, these women in purple had been attracted by the divine source. The divine source that Yi Fan had collected from the nest of 10,000 dragons was as big as a faceplate. When it was placed on the snowy ground, it illuminated the entire ice field. It was not heavy at all. As it hung in the air, even the sun in the sky lost its color. The pure divine source that was worth millions of kilograms turned the entire ice field golden. "Fairies, I've been waiting for a long time." Tu Fei was extremely flirtatious. With a smile, he walked forward. Woof! The large black dog leaped out from the pile of snow and blocked their path of retreat. Demonic aura filled the sky. Like a demon god, Pang Bo appeared from another direction. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he looked majestic. His hair fell like a waterfall. In the east, Yi Fan carried the god-beating whip on his back. His face was delicate and handsome, and he was elegant and otherworldly. Treading on the snow, he looked like an immortal. The three of them, along with the large black dog, surrounded the women in purple. Yi Fan waved his hand and put away the divine source. "It's that evil dog." The women's expressions changed. The large black dog had been biting people everywhere recently. All the disciples of the Holy Land would turn pale at the mention of this dog. The large black dog bared his teeth and said, "Call me Saint Emperor." Obviously, these women also recognized Yi Fan because they had seen his portrait. Instantly, their faces turned cold, and they prepared for battle. "What do you want?" one of the women asked. "Of course I want to walk in the snow and admire the plum blossoms with you fairies." Tu Fei laughed and took out the replica of the ancient sky-devouring devil jar, which floated above his head. "You." The women of the Purple Mansion Holy Land had always been prideful. Normally, no one dared to tease them. Hearing this, they all looked at him coldly. "Who is the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion Holy Land?" Pang Bo walked forward like a demon god. His aura was oppressive as he glanced at each woman. "Our Holy Maiden is not here." Yi Fan laughed lightly. Carrying the god-beating whip on his back, he flew into the air and said, "Fairies, haven't you been searching for me? Today, I've come to you. Who wants to take me?" The women in purple didn't move rashly. They had heard that Yi Fan could fight against cultivators at the first tier of the four extreme secret realms. "Where did you get the divine source?" one of the girls asked, trying to stall for time. "Fairies, we can talk slowly. Under the moonlight and flowers, I will tell you everything." Tu Fei laughed, approaching them. "Break out of the encirclement." A woman shouted in a low voice. More than 10 disciples of the Holy Land charged in all directions, wanting to escape from this place. Tu Fei was in the four extreme secret realms, the large black dog was infamous, and Pang Bo's demonic aura was turbulent. As for Yi Fan, his blood qi was even more vigorous, and he was as oppressive as a barbaric dragon. Clang, 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 hundreds of black flags were planted in all directions, completely surrounding this place. It was as black as ink, and even the snow had changed color. More than a dozen women were trapped in the middle, unable to rush out. Yi Fan stepped forward, his fingers flashed, and the black golden dragon pattern sword appeared in his hand. "My sacred body has broken through to the fifth firmament of the Dao Palace. I have yet to enjoy myself to my heart's content." None of you do anything today. I will take them down. What, a sacred body at the fifth firmament of the Dao Palace? Isn't that something that only the Holy Land can cultivate? The women of the Purple Mansion Holy Land all paled. His sword. Someone's divine sense was sharp, and they discovered that the small sword in Yifan's hand was forged from black golden dragon pattern. This was a sacred weapon exclusive to the Arch. It was impossible not to notice it. It was engraved with dragon patterns and glowed with a black light. It was as clear as jade, and it was extremely extraordinary. Could it be the black golden dragon pattern Holy Spirit sword that appeared in the Divine City? Huh! Yifan laughed loudly. He shook it lightly, and the black golden dragon pattern Holy Spirit sword unfolded in the wind. It quickly grew in size, instantly becoming 100 feet long. The Holy Spirit sword that the nine-holed stone being had given birth to had its own laws and order, and it had endless transformations. At this moment, it no longer looked small and delicate. It had become enormous. It was long and sturdy, and it was majestic. Yifan held it in one hand, pointing it toward the southern sky. Little Yi, you are not kind. How can so many fairies accompany you to your heart's content? Tu Fei chuckled. Don't kill them all with one strike. I still want to take in human pets, the large black dog also shouted. The dozen or so disciples of the Holy Land didn't look good. Their faces were cold, and they glared at Tu Fei and the large black dog. Why is the black golden dragon pattern Holy Spirit sword in your hands? The dozen or so girls didn't understand. Because I cut it out. Yifan held the 10-foot-long sword, and his divine might was awe-inspiring. It didn't match his slightly immature face. What? You are Gu Feng, the genius of the origin technique in the Divine City? You broke into the fifth heaven of the Dao Palace on your own? At this moment, the dozen or so girls in purple had an interesting expression. Their expressions changed again and again, and they revealed looks of disbelief. The fifth heaven of the Dao Palace is nothing. When I break into the four extreme secret realms, I will face your saint sons and saintesses like this. I really want to see how they chase after me. Yifan was very calm. That's right. Let's see what kind of expression they have then. Tu Fei also laughed loudly. The hearts of the female disciples of the Purple Mansion all sank. They knew that since Yifan dared to expose his secret, he definitely didn't plan to let them leave. Charge! The dozen or so girls each took out their treasures and attacked Yifan together, trying to break out. Yifan didn't say anything else and directly swung his sword. Clang! The sword swept away thousands of soldiers. The treasures of the three girls who rushed at the front were instantly shattered. At the same time, Yifan reached out his left hand and pressed down with the giant palm of the void. The giant golden hand covered the sky and pressed down. The three girls fought back, but under the divine might of the sacred body of the ancients, they couldn't block it at all even though they were level 5 experts. Pft! 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 The three of them spat out blood as they were grabbed by Yifan and thrown to the ground. He had absolute suppression over those of the same level. His combat strength was unparalleled, and he was unshakable. Charge! Kill! Seeing this, the other girls did their best to attack, unleashing their strongest divine techniques. All kinds of dreamy colors shot everywhere. In response, Yifan swung his sword and only slashed once. Clang! The world shook. The black gold dragon pattern Holy Spirit sword streaked across the ice field like a bolt of lightning. All the girls screamed as they were severely injured by the invisible sword chi. Their treasures and weapons were reduced to dust. If it weren't for Yifan's smooth movements, the dozen or so girls would have been killed in body and soul. Yifan put away his sword and stopped attacking. The strongest ones were only at level 5 of the Holy Ji Palace. Although they were at the same level as him, the difference in combat strength was too great. He shook his head and said to the Black Emperor, "I'll leave them to you." "Why would I? I'll be fine." Tu Fei smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Fairies, let me help you up." "Woof! Damn it, you stupid dog. Why did you bite me?" Tu Fei was enraged. "How dare you steal my human pets?" The dozen or so girls trembled in anger, but they couldn't fight back. They had lost the ability to fight. The dozen or so female disciples of the Purple Mansion Holy Land were captured. All of them looked pale, and a big dog kept barking, wanting to take them as human pets. "Damn dog, do you want to make them collapse again?" Tu Fei was irritated. "Woof, those with poor mental fortitude will naturally be eliminated. There's no one who wouldn't break down when they see you like this." "Woof, what do you mean?" The man and the dog almost started fighting again. Yi Fan walked forward and said, "Keep them. Don't let them collapse from fright. When the time comes, let them mine." "Isn't it too extravagant?" Tu Fei was speechless. Yi Fan said, "In the future, I want to lock the dragon vein and search for the treasures contained in the source of God. I will definitely need some manpower. I plan to borrow people from the various holy lands to help. Let the people of the various holy lands form a mining team." Pang Bo laughed. "It's best if we can capture a few more saints and saintesses to form a super luxurious lineup. After all, those people are the future saint lords and saintesses." They acted as if there was no one else around them as they chatted on the side. The beautiful women's faces paled and their hearts sank. Eventually, more than 10 women were sealed in treasures. They would become high-level female miners. Tu Fei thought it was a waste of God's gifts. Not long after, they returned to the big snow mountain where the snow palace was. Nothing strange happened. The immemorial creatures didn't chase after them. The nest of 10,000 dragons has a lot of source of God. It's an earth-shaking divine treasury. If we can take it out, it will be like a holy land with a profound foundation. If we want to establish a sect and conquer the nest of 10,000 dragons, we don't need to accumulate anything. It's enough to rule the entire world. It's easy to say. The nest of 10,000 dragons has an immemorial king. He's an existence that can sweep the entire world. When my saint body is completed, I will go there and meet the so-called immemorial king. Not to mention the others, I must dig out that divine herb and plant it next to me." When they returned to this place, they couldn't help but talk about the nest of 10,000 dragons. That day, the dragon Qi was retrieved. The nirvana of 10,000 dragons had ended, and the underground area was sealed. After waiting for 3 days in the icy plain, Pang Bo's face changed. "They're here. The Alcade Saint Sun's candidate has come down the mountain." Li Rui could be called a genius. Although he wasn't as invincible as the Alcade Saint Sun, he was still a dazzling expert among his peers. However, ever since he had come to this world, he had encountered many setbacks. First, he was suppressed by the peerless genius Xia Jiuyo. He had almost made a fool of himself. Recently, Pang Bo had chased after him and almost killed him. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen as one of the candidate Saint Sons. It was because the enemies he had encountered were too invincible. He stayed in the snow palace to heal his wounds for several days. Finally, he had recovered. With a gloomy mood, he descended the mountain. He wanted to return to his sect and cultivate in seclusion. However, after flying for around 1,000 miles, he felt something wrong. Someone was following him. Moreover, it seemed like they were afraid of him. They chased after him without hiding. Li Rui halted and turned his head to see. When he saw Pang Bo, his black hair dancing in the wind, flying toward him like a demonic god, his face changed. Li Rui turned around to leave. However, there were people blocking his way. Yi Fan stood with the god-striking whip in his hand. Tu Fei was holding the heaven-devouring demon jar, smiling coldly. Besides them, a big black dog was running around in the sky. He had thrown 365 star stones to seal the void. You guys. Li Rui discolored. Pang Bo alone was enough to kill him. Now, he had such a strong helper. His heart sank. Yi Fan sneered, "Don't you people from the Holy Land like to join hands to kill me? Today, I want to try it. Desolate antiquity trash. Do you dare to fight me alone?" Li Rui provoked him. He wanted to capture Yi Fan and find a chance to escape. "Trash your sister." Tu Fei shouted indifferently. "When you sent hotshots to kill me, why didn't you fight me alone? Do you remember now?" Yi Fan held the god-striking whip and strode forward. Tu Fei held the heaven-devouring demon jar and moved forward with him. Pang Bo stopped them and said, "Don't attack me. This is the first serious opponent I've met. I want to finish him. I want to kill him myself." Li Rui was enraged. He was the substitute saint's son of the wavering light Holy Land, but he was being looked down upon like that. Kill. Li Rui used the mixed origin sacred light technique. The ice field shook, and the holy light covered the entire place. His chi and blood shot up into the sky like a burning divine stove. The mixed origin sacred light technique could purify the earth and sky and burn the universe. Its power was unrivaled and unstoppable. Besides, its defensive power was amazing. Not many divine techniques could be compared to it. 9 slashes of the demon monarch, destroy form. Pang Bo shouted, clasping his hands behind his back. He stood at his spot, his black hair dancing in the wind. 2 silver beams shot out from his eyes. Wherever they passed, the space collapsed and the holy light was extinguished. Pfft! The 2 silver beams pierced through the void and pierced through Li Rui's body. He screamed and retreated while spurting out blood. At the same time, he spat out a small gold tower. The small gold tower enlarged quickly. Like a big mountain, it pressed down on Pang Bo. Pang Bo was unafraid, and he stood at his spot with his hands behind his back. His eyes were like 2 silver dragons that pierced through heaven and earth, striking the ancient tower. Kacha. The precious treasure of the sect was instantly pierced through. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power contained in those 2 beams of light was. What divine technique is this? It's too terrifying. Tu Fei was speechless. This is an ancient scripture passed down by the demon emperor. The divine technique contained within is naturally terrifying. The large black dog's eyes were burning with passion. Divine light glazed realm. Li Rui shouted. His precious treasure had been destroyed, and he had unleashed an avatar. This was a small world filled with divine light. He stood in the middle of it, and he was surrounded by tens of thousands of beams of divine light. It was as if a god from the heaven realm had descended into the mortal world. Celestial divine light, netherworld divine light, desolation divine light, glazed divine light. Li Rui shouted out the names of the divine lights. Finally, he shouted, eternal divine light. The sky was filled with tens of thousands of beams of divine light. It was as if tens of thousands of dragons had left their nests, and they pounced forward. Facing such a terrifying avatar, Pang Bo was still unmoved. His long hair danced in the wind as he shouted, 9 slashes of the demon god, deprivation. A dazzling silver light suddenly appeared in the divine light-glazed realm. It pierced through the tens of thousands of beams of divine light and deprived Li Rui of his life. This is too powerful. Tu Fei was stunned. This was the 9 slashes of the demon god. Yi Fan and the large black dog had personally experienced it, and they knew how terrifying it was. Li Rui was completely terrified. His opponent's divine technique was too powerful. It had actually separated him from his avatar and deprived him of his life. This technique was nature-defying. He screamed, turned around, and fled. His face and dignity weren't as important as his life. He wanted to forcefully break through the formation pattern laid by the star stone. 9 slashes of the demon god, form destruction. Pang Bo shouted coldly. His eyes were like torches, and a silver beam in the shape of a dragon shot out. It pierced through heaven and earth, and directly approached Li Rui. Ah! He screamed in pain. All the treasures he had summoned couldn't block it. Even his chaotic sacred light technique was pierced through. 2 more bloody holes appeared on his body. He was severely wounded and dying. He couldn't run away anymore. Li Rui gritted his teeth. The divine light between his eyebrows glowed brightly. He wanted to use the ultimate sacred light technique to burn himself and perish together with his opponent. Pang Bo didn't give him the chance. Like a majestic demon god, he shouted, 9 slashes of the demon god, divine wound. Li Rui screamed. Blood gushed out from the spot between his eyebrows. He fell on his back and landed on the ice field. Brother Pang Bo, you're too powerful. Too fierce and too terrifying. Tu Fei said 3 times in a row. I've only cultivated the first 3 moves of the 9 slashes of the demon god. They're my strongest divine technique. If he can endure it, I can't do anything. Don't be modest. Who can endure these 3 divine techniques? If I use them repeatedly, I can defeat the experts at the same level, Tu Fei exclaimed. They landed on the ground. The large black dog was the first to run over. He reached out a big paw and grabbed Li Rui, saying enthusiastically, human pet. Li Rui was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. How should we deal with him? Asked Tu Fei. Continue to seal him. In the future, we will let him mine. Yi Fan subdued him. The formation of the mining team is getting more and more luxurious. Tu Fei didn't know what to say. That's the human pet I like. The large black dog was discontented. 4 days later, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and the large black dog arranged everything on the ice field. Finally, the saintess of the Z mansion arrived. Yi Fan had the myriad chi cauldron on his head and the god-striking whip on his back. He stood alone on the ice field while the others hid. The saintess of the Z mansion wasn't old. She was around 20 years old. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind. Standing in the ice and snow, she looked like a purple fairy. She was tall and slender with a slim waist. Her hair danced in the wind. She was covered by the purple mist, which made her beautiful face blurry. Her glabella glowed with a purple light that pierced through the purple mist. It was a Dao seal. She stood quietly in the wind and snow, looking at Yi Fan calmly. She looked like she had become one with heaven and earth, fusing with the Dao and nature. Yi Fan was shocked. This woman was too powerful. He couldn't see through her at first glance. Fairy of the Z mansion, I still haven't asked for your name. Z Xia. The saintess voice was calm. You haven't entered the 4 extreme mystery realms, yet you are so confident. You must have prepared here for a long time. Tell your friends to come out. Yi Fan was shocked. Z Xia was extraordinary. She understood everything in an instant. Even if they were prepared, it would still be difficult to deal with her. Actually, I don't want to be enemies with you. However, all the Holy Lands have sent their disciples to hunt me down, which makes it hard for me to face them calmly. So you're planning to ambush and kill me here? Z Xia was still calm. Yi Fan smiled. It's not an ambush. If Z Xia Fairy is willing to travel with me and be my guest for a few days, I think we can get along peacefully. If you want to put me under house arrest, then come. Z Xia's voice was magnetic. It was still calm, but it was very pleasant. Around them, star stones floated up, shining brightly. It was as if night had fallen. Stars twinkled, making the ice field look dreamy. Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and the big black dog stepped into the field. They approached Xia and faced her. Pang Bo didn't show his true face. He covered himself with black fog, and his whole body was shrouded in darkness. Xia Fairy's reputation is well-deserved. You're always in the realm of Dao. I feel inferior, Tu Fei sighed. Xia Fairy was in a mysterious realm. She was always one with heaven and earth. It was as if she could control the great Dao. Her beauty was connected to the Dao. Swoosh! A painting rushed out of her body and unfolded, making her look even more ethereal and close to the great Dao. Mountain River Painting. Tu Fei's pupils shrank. He took a few steps back, holding the sky-swallowing devil jar in front of him. He reminded Yi Fan and the others, saying, "Be careful. This painting has been woven with rules and order. It's an important treasure of the Z Mansion." In the painting, there were majestic mountains and surging celestial rivers. It was magnificent and elegant. Together with Xia Fairy, the landscape was like a painting, and the beauty was like a poem. Chapter 365. The silver ice field was vast and boundless. One couldn't see the end, and there was no sign of human habitation for thousands of miles. The purple mansion Holy Maiden was like a purple snow lotus, calm and clean. She was trapped here, but she didn't panic at all. She was calm and composed. Bang! Tu Fei was the first to act. He formed a dragon claw and struck forward. A giant black dragon flew out with a dragon roar. The ice field shook, and the dragon charged towards the purple mansion Holy Maiden. Pa! The purple mansion Holy Maiden swung her hair, and her hair fell like a waterfall. It disturbed the flow of time, and a purple aura filled the air. The giant black dragon disintegrated instantly. Hua! She waved her hand, and the scroll unfurled. A real world appeared, affecting people's minds and bodies. It was as if she wanted to refine this world. Tu Fei couldn't control himself. He left the ground and was pulled by a huge force. He was about to be sucked into the scroll. Buzz! The ice field shook. Tu Fei held the sky-swallowing demon jar and shook it hard. The unremarkable grey jar shot out a black light and hit the scroll. Sister Fairy is really powerful, he shouted strangely and flew back. He finally escaped from the scroll and wasn't sucked in. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the big black dog all sucked in a breath of cold air. They had just met face to face, and Tu Fei had almost been taken away by the purple mansion Holy Maiden. The purple mansion Holy Maiden was very calm. She didn't look happy or worried. She had a kind of transcendent calmness. She didn't look like she was facing a strong enemy. Instead, she looked like she was quietly watching flowers bloom and fade. This wasn't disdain. It was her true nature. Even in this situation, she was still calm and aloof, as if she wasn't involved. Pang Bo stepped forward, black fog surging around him. He didn't walk very fast. He was tall and strong, and with every step he took, the ice field shook. He looked like an indomitable demon god. Pa! Pang Bo moved, forming a seal with his right hand. It was like a dragon or a rock. With just a light strike, the void collapsed. Thick black fog surged. Pang Bo's hand turned into a true dragon, and it reached the purple mansion Holy Maiden. The dragon's head was high, and its body was like a great wall of steel. It was full of power and crushed down. Bang! The purple mansion Holy Maiden faced him calmly. Her hands were as white as jade, and her fingers were slender and translucent like shallots. With a light flick, she attacked the true dragon. It looked like the clouds and winds were calm, there was no fiery energy, no surging divine force, but everyone's expressions changed. The 10 jade-like fingers had the aura of the Tao, crushing the void until it became indistinct. Pa! The true dragon and the jade-like finger collided. It was immediately broken, releasing a dragon cry before becoming dim. Buzz! The void trembled. Pang Bo's right hand changed seals, and the true dragon turned into a peng. Golden light flourished, shaking heaven and earth. A great peng divine bird that looked like it was cast in gold swooped down. The purple mansion saintess was still calm and unperturbed. Her slender jade-like fingers moved gently, as if she was waving the great Tao. She pressed downwards, and the great peng divine bird could not approach her. Boom! Pang Bo strode forward, causing the earth to tremble. With every step he took, his aura rose by a notch. When he took his fourth step, the icy plains shattered and rocks shot through the air. He was like a demonic god. His jet-black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were like blades, incomparably sharp, and his bronze-colored skin flickered with a precious splendor. You have entered the Tao realm, but I will also break through. Pang Bo used the ultimate techniques of the demon race to battle the purple mansion saintess. The icy plains and the sky went berserk because of this. Boom! The true dragon swept through the sky, and a 100-meter-long dragon rushed out, swaying in front of him and sweeping towards the purple mansion saintess. The dragon's roar rose into the sky. The purple mansion saintess was in a wondrous state. She was one with heaven and earth, and she used the great Tao. Although there was no worldly energy in her movements, they were incomparably terrifying. Wherever her hand passed, the void distorted. It contained the aura of the great Tao. If one was touched, they would definitely be smashed into pieces, and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. This was a battle of tit for tat. One was powerful and ferocious, and the other was calm and tranquil. The two had different auras, but they were evenly matched. Pang Bo did not use the 9 slashes of the demon the Arch because he was not confident that he could succeed in one strike. His opponent's mountain and river diagram was floating in mid-air, and he had to be on guard at all times. 8 forms of the Sky Demon, a hero of the demon race. The Purple Mansion Saintess finally spoke, calmly. The secret technique that Pang Bo had displayed was indeed an ultimate technique of the demon race. It was not unique, and every demon race powerhouse knew it. The 8 forms of the Sky Demon was a supreme secret technique that had been passed down since ancient times. It was no weaker than the divine techniques of the demon the Arch ancient scriptures. Its power was unparalleled, and it displayed the word power to the extreme. The 8 forms of the Sky Demon could shake the heavens and earth. He was like a demon god being reborn, like a great emperor descending to the world, using power to break through the great Tao. His fist almost pierced through the void, and his masculine aura shot into the sky. He took a step forward, and the surroundings shook. Pa! Pang Bo was unstoppable. His right fist pierced through the purple mist and neared. His left hand formed a seal, blocking the purple light that shot into the sky. Clang! The Purple Mansion Saintess was like a gentle stream of water. She dodged the fist that could pierce through a mountain, and lightly brushed past it. She traced the path of the great Tao and sealed Pang Bo's hands. Pa! Pang Bo was violently shaken. She condensed a Tao diagram in the void, and it swept towards him. There was strength in the gentleness, and the attack power was terrifying. Boom! Pang Bo formed a seal and attacked the Tao diagram. The void suddenly went berserk. This was an intense collision, and both of them were sent flying. However, they immediately engaged in a fierce battle again. Pang Bo was like a giant furnace that could smelt heaven and earth. He was extremely masculine, and his chi and blood shot into the sky. He was as brave as a god, and he wanted to use strength to break through the great Tao. Meanwhile, the Purple Mansion Saintess was otherworldly. She became one with the ice field and the sky. She turned into nature, and she became more and more hazy and unfathomable. The two of them were polar opposites, and their battle became more and more intense. It was hard to tell who would win. I heard that the Purple Mansion Saintess is naturally close to the great Tao, and she is extremely talented. She has only fought a few times, and the only battle record she has is that the Purple Mansion Saint was defeated by her. The saint is not as good as the saintess, Tu Fei said, sighing. He was even more shocked by Pang Bo's strength. The large black dog muttered, "This woman is indeed extraordinary. She is a natural cultivation genius, and the further she gets, the more terrifying she will be. After reaching a certain level, her body will become one with the great Tao. No matter how powerful your magic power is, you will still be suppressed." Pang Bo roared, forming seals with both hands. He covered the ice field and shook the sky. A true dragon, divine phoenix, and Kuan Peng appeared one after the other, controlled by his hands. At this moment, heaven and earth shook. Pang Bo was like an ancient demon emperor reborn. His figure was majestic, and this part of heaven and earth trembled. Boom! They collided again and again. The battle between the two of them had reached its climax and was becoming more and more intense. The surging Tao power caused an avalanche to occur on the ice field. The snow was like a tsunami, rumbling and surging. It was as if thousands of horses were galloping. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and it was a scene of desolation. "Brothers, let's capture the saintess alive and make her our wife." Suddenly, Tu Fei shouted and rushed forward. "She belongs to whoever gets her first," the large black dog also shouted. This was a psychological tactic. They wanted to make the Purple Mansion Saintess lose her ethereal state of mind. They wanted to destroy her Tao state, which was one with heaven and earth. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura appeared in the world of ice and snow. Tu Fei's demonic jar floated in the air like a black hole. The mouth of the jar was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. This was an unparalleled devouring power. A black beam of light shot towards the Purple Mansion Saintess, trying to suck her into the jar. Walala! The scroll above the Purple Mansion Saintess's head shook. A huge mountain rushed out and crashed into the heaven-devouring demonic jar, emitting an archaic aura. This really is an archaic demonic mountain. It can crush thousands of mountains, the large black dog shouted in shock. He immediately retreated and pushed Tu Fei up. Damn dog! Buzz! The heaven-devouring demonic jar shook, and its devouring power became even stronger. It sucked in the majestic black mountain, causing the sky and earth to shake violently. Damn, another one! Another silver mountain rushed out of the scroll. It flashed with light and gave off a shocking pressure. Before it even landed, the ground was already shattered. The two mountains collided. Silver light and black light shot out. The black hole formed by the heaven-devouring demonic jar was disturbed and couldn't suck them in immediately. Walala! The scroll unfolded. The endless world inside rushed out and appeared in reality. It stopped the heaven-devouring demonic jar and started to suppress Tu Fei. During this process, the Purple Mansion Saintess was still fighting Pang Bo. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and her mind was calm. Her Tao state hadn't been affected. Buzz! At this moment, Yi Fan made his move. The silver diamond chakram was simple and imposing. It quickly enlarged, and the Tao patterns on it merged with the sky and earth. It didn't become incomparably huge. It was only 1 meter in diameter, but it was as heavy as a mountain. The pressure shook everything. Boom! There was a violent collision. The diamond chakram hit the real world. Silver light flashed. It was indestructible. It smashed the mountains and cracked the ground. At the same time, Tu Fei fought back. The heaven-devouring demonic jar turned into a black hole. It swallowed the sky and earth to resist the world shown by the scroll. The large black dog sneakily approached the Purple Mansion Saintess. With a golden bell above his head, he rushed up from behind and bit her. "Brothers, it's time to counterattack. I'll say it again. Whoever catches her will get to keep her," Tu Fei shouted. He held the heaven-devouring demonic jar and rushed forward. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Yi Fan put away the diamond chakram and closed in. He waved his golden fist and punched out. Boom! This was an earth-shattering punch. Blood chi shot into the sky. Yi Fan's physical strength was unfathomable. It was as if the barbaric dragon the Arch had been reborn. Bang! The Purple Mansion Saintess fought with Pang Bo. The moment she looked back, she waved her Dao and pressed forward. It was as if she had the will of heaven and earth. Her Dao power collided with Yi Fan's golden fist. Boom! The sky and earth were filled with light. It was as if the 9 heavens were pouring down. This was a terrifying collision. Energy filled the sky. Yi Fan retreated, but he wasn't injured. This was the first time he was fighting against a saint or a saintess. Moreover, he was fighting against their Dao power. At this moment, Pang Bo finally used his ultimate technique. The demon the Arch 9 slashes, form of annihilation. Silver light shot out from his eyes, destroying everything. It pierced through the sky and rushed towards the Purple Mansion Saintess. Everything was white, and the sky and earth shook. Swish! The Purple Mansion Saintess was shrouded in purple mist. Her beautiful face was very hazy. A purple light shone from between her eyebrows. It was a mark of Dao. At this moment, 2 blazing beams of purple light shot out to meet the demon the Arch 9 slashes. Boom! The 2 divine lights collided, and a destructive aura exploded. Tu Tian hurriedly used the heaven-devouring jar to protect himself, while the large black dog used the golden bell to cover himself. Yi Fan's physical strength was comparable to that of a dragon or rock. His whole body shone with blazing golden light, as if an ancient emperor had been resurrected. He turned into a beam of golden light and rushed forward. He wanted to seize this opportunity to capture the Purple Mansion Saintess. Chapter 366. Yi Fan rushed forward. His golden fist brought with it a gust of wind that split the earth. The power of the punch was like an ancient star falling. It hit the ground and lit up the entire ice field. No one could say for sure how powerful this punch was. The entire ice field was shaking. Large cracks appeared under Yi Fan's feet. No one knew how many of them there were, but they were all half a meter wide and spread in all directions. His entire body was golden and dazzling. He was like an ancient golden god of war that crushed the void. The sacred body of the ancients at the 5th level of the Dao Palace. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden was shocked for the first time. She did not expect Yi Fan to reach this level on his own. Only a sacred ground could cultivate such a person. Walala. The painting unfolded and the mountain river diagram shook. The real world inside emerged and became one with heaven and earth, protecting the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden in the center. The landscape was like a painting, and the beauty was like a flower. It was the most realistic portrayal of the scene before them. No matter how hard Yi Fan's golden fist was, it could not break the mountain river diagram. It was a weapon left behind by the deceased Purple Mansion Holy Maiden. Tens of thousands of beams of golden light appeared. The sky seemed to be torn apart, as if thousands of stars were falling and hitting the ground. Rocks flew through the air, and ice and snow filled the sky. The ground was riddled with holes. Yi Fan had almost destroyed it, but he could not break into the mountain river diagram. When everything calmed down, inside the mountain river diagram, the mountains were magnificent, and the celestial river was beautiful. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden was in the painting. She stood alone on the celestial cliff, surrounded by mist. She was otherworldly and became the most moving scenery in the painting. Pang Bo shouted and attacked with the demon the Arch 9 slashes of destruction. His eyes emitted silver light that shot into the painting and swept toward the peerless beauty on the cliff. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden stood still and let the dragon-shaped silver light shoot into the painting. The Dao mark on her brow bloomed with purple splendor as she faced the attack. This was a shocking battle. The demon the arch-ancient technique against the sacred ground's ancient technique. Pang Bo's combat strength was vigorous. His black hair was disheveled, and his eyes were sparkling. The 9 slashes of the demonic the arch were unsheathed and indestructible. He had an aura of supremacy. The purple mansion saintess was close to the great Tao, and she was one with the heavens. Her spiritual level was terrifying, and she could use the power of the great Tao for her own purposes. The painting of mountains and rivers was like an otherworldly paradise. She stood on the immortal cliff, and the Tao imprint on her forehead appeared. Purple light flickered, making her seem even more otherworldly, as though she didn't belong to this mortal world. Whoosh! Eventually, the silver light in Pang Bo's eyes disappeared. He struck out the demon Thearcha's 9 slashes of destruction, but he couldn't do anything to the transcendent beauty in the painting. Moreover, she was calm and composed without any fluctuations. It was obvious that she still had energy left. She wasn't like Pang Bo, who only stopped after the demonic emperor's first slash. What kind of status did the 9 slashes of the demon sovereign have? It could be said that this was the strongest set of divine techniques created by the monster race Great Emperor. The few of them were shocked. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden was far more powerful than they had imagined. Her strength was astonishing, and ordinary holy maidens could not compare to her. Comparable to the Alcade Saint. Tu Fei exclaimed. When they had first exchanged blows, he had almost died. It had to be known that it had only been a single exchange. I don't believe that her battle prowess is stronger than mine. Pang Bo took a big step forward, preparing to attack again. I know, she has an innate Tao fetus, the large black dog suddenly said. What? The few of them were shocked. Although they didn't know what kind of physique this was, just from the name itself, they knew it was definitely extraordinary. When the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden heard this, she was still very calm. She didn't say anything, and she was very indifferent as if she had transcended the mortal world. Is this kind of physique very powerful? Tu Fei asked. Didn't you see it just now? She was born close to the Tao, and she can almost merge with heaven and earth. She can imprint herself in the void, and she can use the power of the Tao. The few of them were all shocked. Apart from using her own strength, the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden could also use the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. She was almost invincible. The large black dog seemed very excited, and he said, I thought she was only close to the Tao. I didn't expect her to have an innate Tao fetus. Once such a person becomes a divine master, her body will merge with the Tao. When facing people of the same generation, no matter how powerful your magic power is, you will still be suppressed. At this moment, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Tu Fei all sucked in a cold breath. They were all stunned. This kind of physique was too shocking. It was really too freakish. Facing all of this, the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden didn't say anything. This was her nature. She was close to the great Tao, and it was as if nothing in this world could cause her to feel the slightest bit of emotion. How come I have never heard of this kind of physique? Tu Fei asked. The Black Emperor said, because it is too rare, and it is almost impossible to see it. However, I can give you an example. Among the ancient emperors, there is one who has an innate Tao aptitude. What? Which emperor? Even Yi Fan was shocked. The West Empress of the Jade Lake, the large black dog answered. Brothers, what are you waiting for? She is very likely to be the future empress. Capture her alive and make her your wife. Tu Fei shouted. I am willing to take you as my disciple. You won't be my pet. Are you willing? The large black dog also shouted shamelessly. Boom! Pang Bo attacked. The 9 slashes of the demon god, Deprivation. Its divine might was unparalleled, and it was incomparable. He wanted to take the purple mansion holy maiden out of the mountain and river diagram. Silver light flashed, and the entire world was covered in a vast expanse of white. The pressure on the purple mansion holy maiden multiplied. Even though she was in a wondrous state and had almost become one with nature, she still felt waves of danger. She had to gather her Tao power and use all her strength to resist. Pang Bo could resist the innate Tao embryo. This was enough to prove his strength. In the current world, he could look down on the younger generation. Wang. At the same time, Tu Fei took out the heaven-swallowing jar, and the large black dog also shook the golden bell. Together, they suppressed the mountain and river diagram and attacked with all their strength. It had to be said that this mountain and river diagram was too mysterious. Its power was unpredictable, and it was one of the top treasures of the Purple Mansion. It was impossible to break. Clang! Yifan also threw out the diamond chakram. This was also an important treasure of the Holy Land. It turned into a silver bolt of lightning, and its power was extraordinary. It almost pierced through the sky. The mountains and rivers were magnificent. This was a real small world. It had the ability to change space. The diamond chakram passed through it, avoiding this terrifying attack. Clang! Green light soared into the sky. Half the sky turned green, and so did the ice and snow. A divine lotus landed on the mountain and river diagram and spread into it. Pang Bo attacked. He took out a weapon that was refined by a great cultivator and threw it into the small world. He temporarily stopped the diagram. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's expression finally changed. The four of them all had powerful treasures that could weave the power of laws. This was far beyond her expectations. Innate Tao embryo, take my attack. Tu Fei shouted. The heaven-swallowing devil jar surged with black fog, turning into a demonic mountain that pressed down. Clang! The large black dog activated the golden bell, and the sound of the bell echoed through the sky. It entered the mountain and river diagram. At the same time, Yifan once again threw out the shiny ring-shaped chakram. The silver light was dazzling, and it turned into the size of a millstone. It instantly rushed into the small world. Boom! The ground of the small world collapsed, and it continued to spread and shatter. Within a radius of 3,000 feet, rocks flew into the sky, and angry waves reached up to 800 or 900 meters. On the ground, a bottomless pit with a radius of 3,000 feet appeared. It was pitch black and extremely frightening. The millstone-sized diamond chakram was extremely powerful. After destroying the area, it soared into the sky and attacked the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden on the cliff. Light flashed. Yifan, Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and the large black dog all entered the mountain and river diagram with their treasures. They wanted to destroy the diagram and capture the innate Tao embryo alive. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden frowned slightly. She had wanted to retreat long ago, but ever since she entered this area, she found that she had been sealed in the ice field. They had clearly been lying in ambush for a long time. The Tao patterns were dense, and it was difficult for her to break out. Now, the four powerful cultivators were so powerful that she couldn't fight them alone. 9 slashes of the demon god, divine wound. Pang Bo could fight against the innate Tao embryo, so he was naturally the main attacker. Moreover, the divine technique he used was not bad. It could attack divine sense, and it could disrupt the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's Tao realm, which was one with heaven and earth. Tu Fei and the large black dog also came forward, holding their treasures. No matter how powerful the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden was, it was difficult for her to fight against Pang Bo, who was a powerful enemy. She had gathered most of her Tao power. Tu Fei and the large black dog joined forces, which made things even worse for her. She was exhausted. The mountain and river diagram was suppressed by the heaven-swallowing pot and the giant bell, so it was difficult for her to unleash its full power. Boom! The millstone-sized diamond chakram struck, instantly shattering the cliff and almost injuring the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden. At the same time, Yifan quickly rushed forward, waving his golden fist and smashing it. The god-striking whip in his left hand also lashed out. At this moment, Yifan and the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden were fighting in close combat. Finally, her expression changed. There were too many legends about how powerful a saint physique was. Boom! While she fought against the other three cultivators, she sealed herself in the mountain and river diagram, using the Dao seal to suppress Yifan. This was the innate Dao fetus. If one's own power was insufficient, they could borrow the power of the Great Path to become one with heaven and earth, unleashing a supreme pressure. An earth-shattering sound erupted. The sky was filled with golden light and purple light. The god-striking whip struck the void seal, causing the sky to collapse. Meanwhile, Yifan's golden fist had reached the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's side, its power overwhelming. The terrifying aura was terrifying. Yifan's physical body was extremely powerful, and the Dao seal was unable to suppress him. The golden fist struck out with an unstoppable momentum. Her purple robe fluttered, and one of the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's sleeves was reduced to dust, revealing a snow-white arm. Although the sacred body of the ancients was still in the Holy Ji Palace mystery realm, the divine might of his physical body was enough to look down on the younger generation. Unfortunately, he was still a hair's breadth away. His fingertips could not touch that arm. Otherwise, even the bones of the innate Dao fetus would have been broken. The moment the purple fog dispersed, Yifan finally saw the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's true appearance. It was a breathtakingly beautiful face. The opportunity was fleeting. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden turned into a purple cloud, merging with the Great Path. She broke through the obstruction and escaped the encirclement of the four. The large black dog shouted, "This is the first time I've seen a saint physique fight with the innate Dao fetus. Brat, I have high hopes for you. Hurry up and rush into the four extreme mystery realm to compete with her. We can't let her escape. When she becomes a divine lord in the future, her body will merge with the Great Path, and she will suppress all cultivators of the same level. She will be unstoppable," Tu Fei also shouted. Pang Bo was unafraid. He advanced with the divine lotus and quickly chased after her. Yifan was almost at the same pace as him. With the chi of all things cauldron above his head, the diamond chakram in his left hand, and the god-striking whip in his right, he approached like a bolt of golden lightning. Swoosh! However, at this moment, the void shattered, and they were all flung out of the mountain and river diagram, appearing on the ice field. The mountain and river diagram shrunk and became a beautiful picture scroll, merging with the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden. The mountains and rivers were like a painting, and the beauty was like a flower. The mark of Dao shot out from between her brows, searching for the weakness of the formation pattern on the ice field. She wanted to escape. Not good, this Dao fetus is not simple. It has activated the Great Path and wants to see through its mysteries, the large black dog shouted. He continuously shot out star stones, greatly increasing the difficulty of the formation pattern. This time, she won't be able to escape. I don't believe that she can break through the formation pattern. We only need to surround her, the Black Emperor was full of confidence. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden frowned slightly. In the end, she became ethereal, and her body was branded in the void, becoming more and more blurry. At the same time, the mountain and river diagram shone brightly. Quick, stop her. The mountain and river diagram has the power of the space regulations. Tu Fei shouted. The four of them attacked at the same time. The diamond chakram, the divine lotus, the heaven-swallowing jar, and the large bell all attacked at the same time. The void was torn apart. However, their attack missed. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden spat out a mouthful of blood essence, activating the Great Path and displaying the divine might of the mountain and river diagram. At her cultivation level, she shouldn't have been able to activate the Great Path. The mountain and river diagram transformed into a spatial door, disappearing with her in a flash. This wasn't like carving formation patterns on the profound jade platform to travel through the void. Instead, it was using the power of Tao to activate treasures and forcefully travel through the void. This was many times more difficult. Damn it, the formation patterns that I carved are useless. They can't be used, the Black Emperor said angrily. Tu Fei shouted, the mountain and river diagram is a divine item left behind by the previous divine master of the Purple Mansion before he passed away. She can't truly activate it. Even if she can tear open the spatial door, the distance she can travel will be limited. Chase after her. Just now, she forcefully opened the spatial door. She is definitely severely injured. The large black dog was an expert in the field of formation patterns and traveling through the void. Based on the ripples of the spatial door, he immediately determined the correct location. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and the large black dog split up and moved forward to flank her. According to Tu Fei's calculations, the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden definitely couldn't go far. They had just flown into the sky when they saw a flash of light several miles away. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden had rushed out of the void. They turned into streaks of lightning and chased after her. Pang Bo was almost as fast as the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden. His speed was also terrifying, and he quickly closed the distance between them. As for Yi Fan, there was no need to mention him. After advancing to the fifth heaven of the Tao Palace, his speed had greatly increased. Apart from a few people in the younger generation, almost no one could match up to him. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden was indeed severely injured. Using the power of a single strike to activate a treasure and tear open a spatial door was truly nature-defying for someone at her cultivation level. Even though she could borrow the power of the Great Path, she was still severely injured. Yi Fan and Pang Bo caught up to her. The shiny diamond chakram transformed into the size of a millstone and struck out with the force of a thunderbolt. Boom! The heavens shook, and the earth trembled. It was as if all the stars in the sky were about to fall down and strike the mountain and river diagram. At the same time, Pang Bo's divine lotus shot into the sky and swept over the diagram, causing the small world to shake violently. He also used the 9 slashes of the demon god. At this time, Tu Fei and the large black dog had also caught up. The sky-swallowing demon jar and the golden bell shook together and pressed forward. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's expression finally changed. She lost her usual state of mind, and her emotions were in turmoil. In this situation, she frowned slightly. Whoosh! With a flash of light, she entered the mountain and river diagram. The divine light of the diagram shone brightly and then quickly dimmed. It floated down from the sky and landed on the ground. What's going on? Pang Bo didn't understand. She hid in the divine diagram and wants to avoid this, Tu Fei said. Yi Fan stepped forward, using the all-creation source cauldron to protect himself. He held the diamond chakram in his left hand and used the god-striking whip in his right to lift the mountain and river diagram. At this moment, the divine diagram was simple and unadorned. The mountains and rivers in the painting were magnificent, and a woman was surrounded by purple mist. She was in the deepest part of the painting. Tu Fei frowned and said, "In the past, there was a rumor that when the old saint leader of the Purple Mansion was being chased by a powerful enemy, he hid in the mountain and river diagram. Although the enemy obtained the divine diagram, they couldn't do anything to him. In the end, he escaped. In that case, we can't break this diagram?" Yi Fan was surprised. Pang Bo laughed loudly and said, "No matter what, we have captured her. Do you think we will give her a chance to escape? The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden might become a great empress in the future, but we captured her alive." Tu Fei was quite satisfied with this result. "Lad, you have a saint physique, and she has an innate Tao embryo. Do you want to consider giving birth to an innate saint physique Tao embryo? If that's the case, I will reluctantly accept a little disciple and teach him the legendary Wuxia scripture." Chapter 367. You have the Wuxia scripture? Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Tu Fei all stared at the large black dog. He was scared and took a few steps back, saying, "Why do your eyes look like wolves? They're all glowing green." In order to open the Purple Mountain and obtain the inheritance of Great Emperor Wuxia, the lands of the great sage of the Eastern Barren Territory and the various sects of the central state had done everything they could to open the Purple Mountain. Everyone was shocked when the large black dog suddenly said this. This damned dog only knows how to brag. If he has the Wuxia scripture, even a sow can fly, Tu Fei said. The large black dog cursed, then boasted shamelessly, "Who am I? What can stump me? As long as there is an innate saint body in this world, I'll get the Wuxia scripture even if I have to risk my life. You think you can get it just because you say so?" Tu Fei was disdainful. However, Yi Fan's expression changed. He stared at the large black dog eagerly. The others might not know, but he knew that this damned dog definitely came from the Purple Mountain. *CK, brat, don't stare at me like that. The large black dog seemed to remember the incident of the Western Emperor scripture, and said unhappily, "If you want the Wuxia scripture, it's easy. Give birth to an innate saint body and send it to the Purple Mountain, and you'll get what you want." "I want to give birth to an innate saint body, but who can open the mountain and river diagram?" They used the diamond chakram, the divine lotus, the sky-devouring devil pot, and the golden bell to attack it, but they couldn't open it. Even the old divine lord of the Purple Mansion couldn't break it. They knew they couldn't do anything, so they didn't waste their energy. "Fairy Xia, if you don't come out, I'll auction this painting at the Sky Demon Palace," the large black dog shouted shamelessly. "For the prosperity of the human race, you'd better come out quickly. It's time for the innate saint body to be born. If you don't come out, I'll throw you into the Origin Ancient Mine or the Immortal Mountain. No matter how powerful the mountain and river diagram is, it can't protect you. I think it's better to stick this painting in front of the Miaoyu nunnery." They provoked, threatened, and intimidated each other. "You four bastards!" The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's voice rang out from the scroll. She seemed to be a little vexed by the various tricks, but her voice was still calm. "You can sense everything outside. That's easy. From now on, I'll just treat you as an ordinary painting and hang it in my bedroom." The few of them unleashed all sorts of despicable attacks, but the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden did not respond. Carrying the diagram of mountains and rivers by his side was really a hot potato. What was sealed within it was the innate Daoist embryo that could wield the great Tao. If he was attacked by her sneak attack, he would be heavily injured even if he didn't die. "Let's seal it first." With the help of the large black dog, a grandmaster of Tao patterns, the mountain and river diagram was completely sealed. Afterwards, Yi Fan stored the painting into the diamond chakram and used the 9 mysterious ancient characters of the Tao scripture to suppress it. "Little Yi, don't you think you've conferred too many titles? They are all characters with big backgrounds." Tu Fei was speechless. The few of them counted the sealed characters in the snow and looked at each other. What a luxurious lineup. If they formed a mining team, their jaws would definitely drop to the ground. First of all, the Leaf Fire Divine Furnace contained the outstanding talents of the Eastern Barren Territory. The Yao Guang Saint, the Little Peng King, and Yao Shi were definitely the geniuses of the younger generation. Secondly, Su Yuan was the most favored grandson of the third most powerful bandit, Su Tianxiong. Jiang Yichen was the favorite of a powerful cultivator of the Jiang family. Finally, there was the Yao Guang Saint candidate, Li Rui, and the dozen or so female disciples of the Purple Mansion. All of them had extraordinary identities. Now, they had even suppressed the innate Daoist embryo. The few of them had personally experienced the strength of the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden. She was one with the great Tao and was invincible among her peers. Tu Fei sighed. The Eastern Barren Territory had ushered in an extremely prosperous period. There were too many young talents. In the past, it would be amazing to have 2 of them. But now, there were not only two divine king bodies, but also the innate Daoist embryo. There were also geniuses like the Yaoguang saint and the little Peng king. It's enough that there can only be one such person in one era. Otherwise, it will be a tragedy. The Eastern Baron divine king body, as the name suggested, was definitely a king among his peers. No matter how talented you were, it was still a tragedy to be born in the same era as him. In the future, the Eastern Baron territory was destined to be his world. The innate Daoist embryo was almost unsurpassable in the boundless earth. Once it became a Saint Lord, the body and the great Tao would become one. No matter how powerful you were, you would still be suppressed. The Yaoguang saint and the little Peng king were even more talented. Some people speculated that they could walk on the great emperor's path and already had some of the glory of the young great emperor. In the past, any one of these people could stand at the peak of an era. But now, they had all appeared at the same time. The innate Daoist embryo, the saint body, the divine body, the young great emperor. They are all peerless figures of their generation. I've never seen them fight in the same era. Now, so many people were born in the same era. It seemed like a prosperous era, but it was also a kind of tragedy. There would definitely be a great war in the future, and the winner would be decided. After all, only one great emperor could be born. The large black dog scoffed. What's this? Who said that these physiques can't appear in the same era? It's just that you haven't seen them or heard of them. When did this happen? Why don't we know about it? There are still many things you don't know. Stupid dog, don't keep us guessing. Tell us what era it is, the large black dog said. Think about 100,000 years ago. In that era, stars shone brightly. No matter if it's the divine king body or the heavenly demon body, they all appeared. It could be said that all the kings rose together, and they were the best in the world. How could an era appear? Tu Fei didn't believe it. Of course it did. It's just that you haven't experienced it. In that era, almost all the physiques that were recorded in the ancient books appeared. All kinds of ancient king physiques appeared. Together with some geniuses, wouldn't the sky be turned upside down? The whole world wouldn't be peaceful, right? The large black dog was lost in thought. He sighed, and said, all the kings rose together, stars shone brightly, and geniuses appeared in large numbers. Only then could one person's strength be demonstrated. If these people appeared alone, they would all be the best in their era. They were born in the same era. This is too cruel. That's right. This is a cruel yet glorious era. They tread on a path of blood, and they even step on the corpses of kings to advance to become a paragon. The large black dog seemed to sigh ruefully. You're exaggerating. What kind of earth-shattering figure appeared in that era? I think his name would definitely be left in the annals of history. Great Emperor Wu Shi. The Black Emperor only said these 4 words. The others all sucked in a cold breath. This was no wonder. Only such a figure could stand out. Just how powerful was Great Emperor Wu Shi? No one could say for sure. Before he had become a great emperor, he had withstood the ultimate weapon of the middle state with his bare hands. Moreover, the caster had almost become a great emperor. That was definitely the divine might of a great emperor. No wonder Great Emperor Wu Shi could look down on both the past and the present. There were too many astonishing figures in the era he was born in. No matter how brilliant the others were, they were destined to only be supporting characters. They would only serve to make the one and only Great Emperor Wu Shi even more invincible. Why do I feel that the current era is almost over? The Middle State, the Western Desert, and the Southern Mountains will definitely also have world-shocking prodigies. Perhaps it will be another Wu Shi era. The glory of a single person is the sorrow of all the prodigies of an era. The brilliance of the stars will only make the sun and moon shine even more brilliantly. The few of them sighed ruefully. They left this ice field and flew into the distance. In the following few days, they searched for opportunities to attack the holy sons and holy daughters who were alone. Unfortunately, though those people were searching for Yi Fan's whereabouts, they were not acting alone. There was almost no opportunity for them to take advantage of. In the following days, they appeared in the deep mountains and ancient mines just to find the dragon veins and dig for the divine source. Yi Fan was very urgent. He needed a large amount of source to break the curse. He hoped to rush into the 4 extreme secret realms as soon as possible. Now that his Genesis technique was successful, he wanted to find a large dragon vein. Unfortunately, he had traveled through endless regions and had not even found a large mining area. Everyone in the world knew that the North region had source. Over the endless years, all the major factions had flocked there. Almost all the source regions had been occupied, and they had been divided up cleanly. Of course, there were definitely peerless dragon veins on the ground. However, most of them were very hidden and could only be found by chance. After 7 or 8 days, Yi Fan had only found one mining area. He had collected some variant source sources, which were worth less than 2,000 kilograms of pure source sources. When they crawled out of the mine, they were all covered in dust and looked very miserable. This is not good. Hurry up and teach the people who are being suppressed. Let them go and mine. The Little Rock King will be the leader of the first mining team, the Alcade Saint will be the leader of the second team, and Yao Shi and the Purple Mansion Saintess. They were trying to find joy in the pain. They clearly knew that these people could not be released, but they still made up stories. I'm still a little worried. Little Yi, can your broken furnace really seal the Alcade Saint and the Little Rock King? If they rush out, it will be a great disaster. There's also the innate Daoist fetus. If it comes out in the future, we will definitely be in big trouble. It's not a problem for now. They can't escape. At this moment, the big black dog swallowed 2 large pieces of the xenogeneic source sources. We worked so hard, and this damn dog swallowed half of the source sources in one gulp. Tu Fei was furious. I've never mined before. 1,000 kilograms of source sources is not enough to pay me. I'll make an exception for this. 1,000 kilograms of source sources was already a shocking number for ordinary people, but for the sacred body of the ancients, which required 5 million kilograms of source sources, it was too little. As soon as Yi Fan thought of this astronomical number, he felt a headache and helplessness. Other than the Holy Lands, only the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Purple Mountain had the peerless God source blocks. Unfortunately, he didn't have any of these places, so he couldn't enter them. Barging in would only lead to his death. It would be great if I had a peerless expert. I could go to the absolute beginning forbidden area and dig the Fire Dragon Grave or the Scarlet Moon Cave. I think Little Yi, you should go to the Divine City. No matter what, they have ready-made stones there. With your current Genesis technique, you can cut dozens of thousands of pounds or even hundreds of thousands of pounds of stone source in one day, suggested Tu Fei. Not long ago, Yi Fan had made a huge gamble in the Divine City. It could be described as a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, and he had quickly obtained a large amount of source crystals. But because of this, he became the center of attention. Ever since he left, he did not return, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Yi Fan nodded his head, and said, "Looks like I need to take another risk. Black Emperor, carve out a top-grade profound jade platform for me, just in case." Pang Bo said, "I'll accompany you into the Divine City. I'll mobilize the demon race's forces to ensure your safety." "I want to go too." Tu Fei sneered, "Why do you want to join the fun? If you show up, the entire city will beat the dog." "Woof. Damn it. Damn dog, who's going to slap who?" "Whoa," the big black dog howled at the moon, extremely excited. He had finally obtained the demon god ancient scripture from Pang Bo. At the same time, Yi Fan had also given him the green jade profound tortoise that he had brought out from the absolute beginning forbidden area. "Don't worry. This time, I will definitely turn the world upside down. I'll turn all those who have chased after you into human pets. I'll attract everyone's attention and make them think that you are crazily plundering the source crystals. Finally, Yi Fan and Pang Bo stepped on the path to the divine city. They were about to enter the place where the wind and clouds gathered. Snow swirled, and the ground was covered in white. The north region had entered the coldest season of the year. When they were not far from the divine city, Yi Fan and Pang Bo both felt that something was wrong. Someone was following them from behind, almost avoiding their spiritual senses. It's him. Finally, Yi Fan found the person following them. It was a little golden elf, stealthily following him in the snow. This is the divine silkworm that you cut out from the strange stone? Pang Bo was surprised. That's right, it's this little fellow. Last time, if I hadn't crossed the void and left, I definitely wouldn't have been able to get rid of it. Yi Fan couldn't help but smile. However, the little golden elf behind him was extremely angry. It stretched out a little paw and silently pointed at him, complaining. Its big eyes were wide open, as if it was very wronged. Huh. How interesting. The strange stone is really incredible. It can contain anything. This time, I must see with my own eyes what else you can cut out. Pang Bo also couldn't help but laugh. Yi Fan acted like he wanted to chase after it, but the little golden elf was so scared that it crashed into a pile of snow. It angrily spat out a mouthful of snow and disappeared in an instant. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves remembering. Looks like if I cut out a shocking treasure, I have to be on guard against this little fellow. As they neared the divine city, the pure white snow disappeared, and endless lush greenery appeared. In such a bitter cold season, being in a lush green land made people feel especially comfortable. Bathing in the spring wind, they felt comfortable all over. In the harsh winter season, hundreds of beautiful flowers bloomed. The fragrance of the flowers mixed with the smell of the earth wafted over. Spirit springs gurgled, ancient trees flourished, and wisteria coiled around. It was indeed a very pleasant thing to walk through. In the end, Yi Fan and Pang Bo separated and entered the divine city one after another. They pretended not to know each other, so they could make a big deal out of it. As soon as they entered the divine city, they received shocking news. The holy lands of the Eastern Barren Territory and the 100 sects of the Central Plains were about to attack the Purple Mountain. At the latest, it wouldn't be more than 10 days. At the earliest, it might be within these 2 days. A shocking event was about to happen. Confirmed news had spread that the Central Plains and the Eastern Barren Territory would use at least 4 extreme weapons. Without a doubt, there would be a huge storm. The Purple Mountain would definitely shake the world. The inheritance of great Emperor Wuxia had attracted everyone's attention. Many people believed that regardless of whether they could obtain Wuxia's inheritance or not, something amazing would appear. What kind of power could stop the extreme divine weapons? It was very likely to involve the life and death of the great emperor, where he went in his later years, and what he did before he died. Perhaps the greatest secret of the great emperor would be revealed. Moreover, the mystery of divine King Jiang Taishu's life and death would also be revealed. Perhaps he was just a pile of bones, or perhaps a living legend would emerge. Chapter 368. It had been more than a month since he left the divine city. Now that he was back, Yi Fan felt a sense of familiarity. This was a giant city full of passion. He thought that no one would notice his peaceful return, but not long after he entered the city, many people came up to him with fiery eyes and greeted him enthusiastically. Brother Gu Feng, you're finally back. We've been looking forward to seeing a Genesis technique again. There's nothing to say. Brother Gu, let's go to the drunken Immortal Tower. I'll treat you. Don't go home until you're drunk. The divine city is really lonely without Brother Gu. Many of us are looking forward to your appearance, ha ha ha. Many people tried their best to rope in Yi Fan. In the northern region, where Genesis was abundant, Genesis technique masters enjoyed a very high status and were guests of all the major sections. Yi Fan smiled. Although he did not know most of these people, he still responded to them one by one. He did not know what kind of expression these people would have when his identity as the sacred body of the ancients was exposed one day. Perhaps some people would fight to the death for the sacred relic, perhaps some would help him escape, or perhaps some would kill him to claim credit from the sacred ground. Brother Gu, you're finally back. You don't know that someone said they wanted to have a Genesis technique duel with you. You disappeared for so long, and those people said you ran away in fear. They said a lot of nasty things. I think they were trying to provoke you. Now that Brother Gu is back, you can crush them in Genesis techniques. Yeah, some people are really arrogant. They said they wanted to crush Brother Gu in Genesis techniques. This time, you have to teach them a lesson. We can't stand it anymore. Yi Fan smiled and thanked them. It took him a lot of effort to get out of the crowd and soon arrived at Li Heishui's residence. Li Heishui laughed. His dark face was filled with relief. Little Yi, you guys are really good. You captured a saintess alive. This really made my jaw drop. Has the Red Dragon Daoist left the Divine City? Yi Fan asked this question because he needed a strong backup. He felt that there would most likely be some waves this time. Li Heishui smiled. All the old farts in the Divine City want him to leave. Many people feel uncomfortable with him here, but he has no intention of leaving. Great! Yi Fan was overjoyed. If there was a problem, he could find the Red Dragon Daoist to suppress it. He believed that the other party would not sit idly by. You're finally back. Today is worth celebrating. Shall we go to Miaoyu Nunnery, Shuiyue Courtyard, or Moon Tower? Li Heishui chuckled and told him about the 3 holy places of romance in the Divine City. Forget about these places. Let's keep a low profile. Yi Fan shook his head with a smile. You've already suppressed 2 holy maidens, so you naturally don't care about the 3 great sage. However, don't look down on them either. For example, An Miaoyi isn't any weaker than the holy maidens. You've never been decent. Yi Fan punched him. Little Yezi, which one of us isn't proper? You have 2 great sages' daughters with you, and you still have the cheek to talk about me? The 2 great sage women are just flowers in the mirror and moons in the water. If they are released, it will be a disaster. Li Heishui smiled and said, then let's go to Drunken Immortal Palace or Fantasy Food Manor. Yi Fan nodded and said, since we've been to Drunken Immortal Palace, let's go to Fantasy Food Manor to celebrate. Today, I'll go all out and treat you to an immortal banquet. Even holy sovereigns don't order immortal banquets. They often cost tens of thousands of kilograms of source stones. Let's just forget about it. It's fine. Let's go have a look. The 2 of them soared into the sky and flew towards the Fantasy Food Manor. This was a multicolored jade palace. Every celestial palace was of a different color. They were built from green jade, purple jade, white jade, and so on. From afar, they could see the palace sitting in the clouds, sparkling and translucent. It was as if they had arrived in the world of immortals. Jade plants and immortal flowers were planted in front of the palaces, and spiritual birds were flying in the air. Little brother Gu Feng, you're back. As soon as they arrived, someone familiar noticed them. From a white jade palace in the distance, Yao Yuekong walked out and laughed, I have guests here. After I'm done, I'll go find you. Save me a seat. Okay, see you in a bit. Let's drink to our heart's content today. The 2 smiled and agreed. Fantasy Food Manor naturally had great factions supporting them. One of them was the Great Xia royal family of the Central Plains. They had people stationed in Divine City all year round, and they had participated in the creation of this palace. The cultivation of the 18 young ladies was not weak. They wore 5-colored feather clothes and had sweet smiles on their faces. They led the way for the two of them and brought them into a violet jade immortal palace. It's really a small world for enemies. I think I saw a bunch of bastards in a palace not far away, Li Heishui mumbled. What's going on? Yi Fan asked. They're here for you. Last time, you obtained an incomplete primordial divine herb, a black gold dragon rune saint spirit sword, and a divine silkworm. It shook the entire divine city and spread to all the Genesis technique families. Last time, Yi Fan had made a huge bet and defeated Tuoba Chang. This time, not only did the Tuoba clan send experts, but the other ancient technique families also sent experts to Divine City. Yi Fan didn't care. This time, there was bound to be an even bigger storm. He couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to obtain 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis source. Many Genesis technique experts came to Divine City. They're only a part of it. However, they've really gone overboard. In order to force you to come out, they've threatened to trample you to death in Genesis techniques. I'm looking forward to them trampling me, but I won't accept their challenge without 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis source. If they want to find me, they'll have to think it over first. Yi Fan and Li Heishui didn't attend an immortal banquet. That would be too ostentatious and would likely arouse the ire of many powerful figures. Outside the palace, the lotus pond was covered in mist. Several girls danced gracefully as if they were in the pond. The wine didn't intoxicate them, but they were intoxicated. The two drank cup after cup of wine. Not long after, a young girl came forward and said, "Two esteemed guests, the Prince of Great Xia has learned that you're here and will come in a while. I hope you can wait for a while. Don't worry, we won't be leaving anytime soon." Yi Fan nodded. The Great Xia royal family was one of the supporters behind Fantasy Eating Manor, so it wasn't surprising that the prince knew they were here. Not long after, another girl came forward and bowed. "Two esteemed guests, the guests from the Green Palace across the street want you to go over." People from the Green Palace? Li Heishui sneered. It was the Genesis technique aristocratic family he had mentioned earlier. They want us to go over, not invite us over? Yi Fan asked the girl with a smile. He found that the girl was very skillful with her words. She must have said something disrespectful to them. The girl deliberately didn't use the word invite when passing on the message. Instead, she used the word want to tactfully clarify the situation. Yes. The girl nodded. They were used to seeing powerful figures here. Although they weren't very old, they were very sophisticated. Who do they think they are? They want us to go over so casually. Tell them we're not free. Li Heishui said. This. The girl was put in a difficult position, but she obediently retreated. Although the people from the Green Palace had received a beautified report, there were still people who were unhappy. The fact that the two of them didn't come was enough to explain the result. How arrogant. There are seniors from the Genesis technique world here, but they're putting on airs. Do they really think they're the Yuan Taoist master? They don't care about the seniors at all. They're so arrogant and have no manners at all. The young people all sneered. They stood up and looked towards the purple tower. Yi Fan and Li Heishui saw people looking over through the lotus pond, but they didn't mind. They continued to clink cups and enjoy the young girl's graceful dance. They're coming. Yi Fan saw the young people walking over and about to enter the purple tower. You two are really arrogant. Famous figures of the Genesis technique world are here, but you won't even move a step when they ask you to go over and toast. The person at the front sneered as soon as he entered the purple tower. Yi Fan raised his head and glanced at them. What do you mean by toast? The few of you are arrogantly shouting at us to go over. Is there any respect in this? Why should the two of us respect you? Li Heishui put down his chopsticks and swept a glance at them. Who are you? Do we know you that well? What right do you have to ask us to go over and toast? Don't you know who we are? We've been waiting in Divine City for more than a month to have a Genesis technique duel with Gu Feng. The other person sneered. So it's you guys. Li Heishui nonchalantly glanced at them before downing another cup of wine. Recently, I've been hearing people say that you guys are going to crush Gu Feng in terms of Genesis techniques. After saying such vicious words, you still dare to brazenly invite us over for a toast? We did say some things, but we just wanted you guys to come out as soon as possible. Don't hide in your shell all the time. The young people were quite disrespectful. Where did these flies come from? How annoying. If you don't leave, I'll call the people from Fantasy Food Hall to chase you out. Li Heishui waved his hand as if he was swatting flies. Good, good, good. Since you're so arrogant, we'll meet at the Sacred Stone Square. They wanted to attack, but gave up on the idea when they remembered where they were. Who are you guys? Do I know anyone? Do you think I'll agree to any random nobody? Yi Fan picked up some food and placed it in his mouth. He then sneered. If you want to have a Genesis technique duel with me, prepare the divine root in advance. If the value is less than 1,000,000 kilograms of pure Genesis, don't bet with me. The group was stunned. 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis, this was an earth-shattering bet. There had never been such a huge bet before. All of you are so arrogant, yelling at us, but you can't even come out? Since that's the case, don't be so arrogant. Go back to where you came from. Yi Fan said coldly. Do you have 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis yourself? Do you really know us? Go and ask about Gu Feng's battle record. Just your Genesis technique clan alone gave us a head-sized divine root. Li Heishui laughed. The group was speechless, not knowing what to say. It was impossible for them to take out 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis. You guys are from different Genesis technique clans. Since your elders are here, go back and tell them that if they want to bet with me, they have to take out 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis. Otherwise, don't provoke me. Yi Fan also threatened. The girls nearby were stunned. 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis. Such an astronomical figure was too shocking. Many of the guests in the palace were alarmed. An earth-shattering bet, 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis. It was really shocking to dare to make such a claim. Nearby, several people passed by and happened to see Yi Fan and the others. One of them sneered. I was wondering who it was. So it's you two youngsters who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How arrogant. Yi Fan's gaze flickered. He found that it was the Grand Elder of the Disillusionment Palace, Li Heishui. We are having a Genesis technique duel and stating the wager. What does that have to do with you? Li Heishui was completely unafraid. He had long wanted to throw the black metal token at Yi Fan's face. Ignorant youngsters, are you talking to me? Li Heishui's face darkened. Who do you think you are? Yi Fan and Li Heishui spoke at the same time. This stone gambling was destined to cause a huge storm. Rather than that, it was better to first intimidate the person who had spoken up. You two youngsters don't know the meaning of death. Old man, don't flaunt your seniority. The two were not afraid at all. At this moment, the great Xia prince and the little nun in white arrived. Xia Yiming laughed from afar. Brother Gu Feng, you are finally back. Yi Fan was surprised to find that the little golden fairy had also appeared. It was glued to the little nun in white's shoulder and was angrily waving its little claws at him. Is there really going to be an earth-shattering bet? 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis is enough to shake the entire northern region. Yao Yuekong laughed heartily as he walked in. What a grand bet. Some of the older generation in the other palaces gasped in surprise when they heard the commotion. Little brother Gu Feng is going to do something earth-shattering again? And Miaoyi, who was as beautiful as a dream, appeared. She was also in the Fantasy Food Hall. Chapter 369. The people entering and exiting the Fantasy Eating Hall and Drunken Immortal House all had some background. There were even powerful figures such as the legendary elders and grand elders of the various sections. The dispute in Violet Tower naturally attracted the attention of others. Not only had Yao Yuekong and Miaoi come, but even some of the older generation had also come. The great Xia prince approached and laughed, "Little brother Gu, it's been more than a month since we last met. Every time I go to the stone square, I always think of you." Yi Fan stood up with a smile and poured a cup of wine. He ignored Li Yishui and the other disciples of the Genesis technique families and personally offered it to Xia Yiming. Li Heishui also stood up and asked the people of the fantasy eating hall to bring more wine and food. He then invited Yao Yuekong and the others to take a seat, treating the Genesis technique families like air. Humph. One of them coldly snorted as his expression turned icy. Grand Elder Li Yishui strode forward. "I don't want to bully the weak, but you two showed no respect to me. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." The disciples of the ancient Genesis technique family sneered, waiting to see Yi Fan and Li Heishui be taught a lesson. "Old man, who do you think you are? Do you think you can bully whoever you want? Do you think you're a sacred master or the god king of the eastern wasteland?" Li Heishui was not afraid. Li Yishui's disciple beside him scolded, "You're courting death." Some words were not suitable for Li Yishui to say. After all, he was a grand elder of a sect. His disciple had no scruples and loudly scolded him. Li Yishui's expression darkened. He indifferently approached and stared at Yi Fan and Yao Yuekong, as if ready to strike at any time. The great Xia prince stood up and said, "Elder, even if they are in the wrong, you don't have to beat them up, right?" Yao Yuekong also put down his cup and stood up. "Elder, this is the fantasy eating hall. No one is allowed to fight here." They were disrespectful to elderly first. It's reasonable to teach them a lesson. A disciple of the Genesis technique family chimed in. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. He waved at the young girl who was waiting not far away and said, "Send these people out." The expressions of the youngsters from the Genesis technique clan and Li Yishui changed again and again. To think that they would be chased out of the clan. This was something they had never encountered before. "Esteemed guests, please leave. The illusory dining hall really has such a rule. You can't disturb other guests." A few beautiful young women stepped forward and carefully explained. "Humph." Li Yishui flicked his sleeves, and with a gloomy face, he turned and left. Although he wished for nothing more than to slap Yi Fan and Yi Fan to death, he had no choice but to restrain himself. The supporters of the illusory eatery manor were not to be trifled with, and the Grand Xia Imperial clan was one of them. Huh! Li Heishui laughed heartily. The faces of the Genesis technique clan disciples turned ashen. Without a word, they turned around and left. Yi Fan transmitted from behind, "If you wish to fight me in a Genesis technique, prepare 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis energy in advance. Otherwise, don't go around acting arrogantly." Good, good, good. The Genesis technique clan scions sneered as they cast a glance behind them. They did not say anything else as they angrily strode away. Good, cheers. Li Heishui raised his cup and invited everyone to drink together. In the purple pylon, the people present had extraordinary status and were not afraid of Li Yishui and the others. Therefore, they did not shy away and drank together. "Xiao Guai, don't be angry." On the side, the little nun in white comforted the golden fairy, which was glaring at Yi Fan. "Little guy, why are you still thinking about it? Isn't it just a piece of God's source?" Yi Fan revealed a smile and reached out to grab it. Whoosh! The little golden pixie immediately hid behind the little nun in white. She grabbed a strand of her hair and peeked at Yi Fan. Her eyes were big and round, but she looked a little sneaky. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. And Miaoi was even more envious. She repeatedly said that the little thing was cute and wanted to hug it. "When I came back, I saw the celestial silkworm outside the city. What's going on? Yi Fan asked with a smile. It spends most of the day running around. I'm really worried that it will be caught. The little nun tapped the celestial silkworm's forehead and said, Xiao Guai, be obedient. Don't be naughty. When the banquet was about to end, someone from the Green Palace delivered a shocking piece of news. There would be a Genesis technique showdown with Yi Fan, and the wager was won. 5 million kilograms of pure Genesis. It was a full increase of 500,000 kilograms. A group of people walked out of the Green Palace and took a deep look. A few old men, accompanied by a group of young people, turned around and left. Yi Fan looked at the backs of the old men and frowned. The old men's eyes seemed dim, but there was a divine light in them, and their fingers had completely turned pale gold. How is it? Li Heishui asked. Yi Fan said, It's a big problem. Those old men's Genesis techniques are superb, and the heaven origin treasure will must have long reached the transformation stage. It is very likely that they have also cultivated a spirit eye. Then what should we do? Can you deal with them? Li Heishui frowned. I hope they haven't cultivated a heaven eye, Yi Fan muttered to himself. Yi Fan and the others also left the fantasy dining hall. After saying goodbye to the great Xia prince, Yao Yuekong and the others, they saw Li Shui again, but he didn't make a move. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this divine city. Young people should keep a low profile. Otherwise, you won't know when you will be crushed to death by a finger. After saying this, he rode on a cloud and left with a sneer. That old man is definitely not a good person. If he doesn't make a move now, he must have a good plan. Who knows when he will make a move? I'm more worried that the sacred grounds won't be able to sit still. This time, I'm going to bet 5 million kilograms of Genesis. This will definitely make people think of the Yuan Taoist master. Go back and think about it carefully. This time, it is bound to cause a world-shaking commotion. The older generation of an ancient Genesis technique family would come out and compete with the young Genesis technique genius Gu Feng. The wager was won. 5 million kilograms of Genesis, shaking the entire divine city. The entire city was in an uproar when this news came out. It could be said to be a world-shaking gamble. There had not been such a big gamble in thousands of years. Just thinking about it made people suck in a breath of cold air. The news immediately spread, not only in the divine city, but also in the various sects of the northern region. Even the sacred grounds could not remain calm. There was no doubt that this world-shaking Genesis technique battle would be held in the stone squares of the various sacred grounds. This was extremely bad news for them. In order to force Yi Fan out, the younger generation of the ancient Genesis technique family had been saying for the past month that they would trample the Genesis technique genius Gu Feng to death. Now that the Genesis technique battle was finally about to begin, everyone had a premonition that it would shake the world. As the news spread, many people hurried to the divine city in order to witness this earth-shattering Genesis technique showdown. Many people had a premonition that they would most likely obtain something extraordinary this time. One must know that a heaven-defying creature like the divine silkworm had appeared last time. This time, the older generation Genesis technique grandmasters would personally participate, and it would definitely be even more magnificent. The faces of the people in the various stone squares turned green. They knew that whoever was chosen would be unlucky. They were all secretly cursing, hoping that something unexpected would happen to the two groups. It would be best if they were kicked out of the divine city. Otherwise, it would definitely be a catastrophe for them. In their eyes, Gu Feng and the Genesis technique grandmasters were definitely locusts, the most unwelcome people. After returning to his residence, Yi Fan took out the purple stone core. He had originally planned to use it to cultivate the heaven's eye in the future, but it seemed that it was too late. He could find another stone core, but he absolutely could not lose this time. If he did not improve his Genesis divine awareness to the next level, it was very likely that he would be eaten alive by those old men. After all, he had only practiced Genesis techniques for a short period of time, while those people had immersed themselves in them for most of their lives. The stone core was taken out. Purple light swirled around it, turning the room sparkling. Li Heishui stood guard at his side. The moment the purple stone core was cut open, a fragrance filled the room that seeped into one's bones. Even Li Heishui could not help but mumble as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The purple juice overflowed like streams of purple mist, its fragrance assailing the nose. Yi Fan carefully squeezed it out, letting the sparkling drops of liquid flow into his eyes, giving him a refreshing feeling. But the next moment, his feeling was very different. He felt waves of burning pain, as if there was a raging fire burning. His eyes felt as if they were being pierced by needles, and tears flowed down. "Little Yi, are you all right?" Li Heishui was a little nervous. "No worries, this is a necessary process." Yi Fan endured the piercing pain, wiped away his tears, and squeezed out all the juice from the stone core, letting it drip into his eyes. He then closed his eyes and quietly operated the Genesis technique, beginning to refine his eyes. At this moment, his eyelids had turned purple, almost transparent, and sparkling. It was a very peculiar sight. Chi! Suddenly, the sound of breaking air was heard. A golden thread shot into the room at extreme speed, heading straight for Yi Fan. Li Heishui angrily roared, but he was a beat too slow. He could not keep up with the speed of the golden thread, and could only watch it snatch the stone core skin from Yi Fan's hands. "It's the divine silkworm." Li Heishui was both shocked and angry. He stretched out his hand to grab it, but unfortunately, he could not even catch its afterimage. It leapt away with a whoosh. "Don't chase, the stone core skin is useless." Yi Fan shook his head, stopping him. "This little thief is too fast." Li Heishui pushed open the door and saw that the little golden creature had not left. Its body was golden and dazzling, and it stood on the wall hugging the stone core skin, twisting and turning, making faces at him and Yi Fan, and occasionally doing a few somersaults, twisting its little butt at them. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Seeing all this, he could not help but smile. "This little thing is quite interesting." Li Heishui also laughed and scolded, "This little thief is deliberately angering us." The divine silkworm's large eyes were full of life. Seeing that the two of them were not angry, it did not chase after them either, stopping its movements. It hugged the stone core skin, forcefully inhaling the fragrance, revealing an intoxicated expression. Then, it happily bit down. However, in the next moment, its joyous expression immediately froze. With a smack sound, it threw the stone core skin onto the ground. Its little face was incredibly bitter, and its expression completely changed. The little golden spirit continuously spat out saliva, jumping about on the wall. Its golden lips had become purple from the bitterness, and then it laid there, retching with all its might. "Ha ha ha, you even dare to eat bitter gall, don't you know that as long as it's a gall, it's bitter?" Yi Fan and Li Heishui laughed crazily. The divine silkworm was incomparably furious. It reached out a small claw, silently pointing at Yi Fan and Li Heishui. Its large eyes were brimming with tears, and then it swayed, falling onto the wall, poisoned. "That's true, let's see where you can run now." Li Heishui laughed heartily as he chased after it. The divine silkworm was frightened, and it immediately got up, trying its best to stay awake. Although it was swaying as if it was drunk, its speed did not slow down, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. 2 hours later, Yi Fan stopped the Genesis technique and opened his eyes. 2 rays of purple light flashed, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. "How was it? Was it effective?" Li Heishui asked. "Why are you so coquettish, wearing flowery underwear?" Yi Fan laughed. "Damn, you have X-ray vision, aren't you afraid of getting a needle's eye?" Li Heishui cursed, his old face slightly red, and he half turned his body. Yi Fan's eyes were clear, and his origin divine instinct had improved a lot. Although he had not cultivated the heaven's eye, his eyesight had reached a shocking level, and he could almost see through the scenery behind the wall. He pushed open the door and looked into the distant sky. In the endless distance, he could even catch a mosquito. This was a qualitative leap. Little Yi, I can see that you are born to be a perverted thief. If you meet in Miaoyi, the princess of the great Xia dynasty, and the saintesses of the various holy lands, how will you make them and others feel? Your thieving eyes will definitely stare straight. Am I such an impure person? Yi Fan smiled. You are as pure as a perverted thief. Li Heishui was very envious, and said, I finally understand why the former Yuan Taoist master liked to appear in the stone squares of the Holy Lands. The stone gambling is fake, he is definitely there for the saintess. Your line of work really has a tradition. 3 days later, there will be a big Genesis technique showdown. Let's go to the big stone squares and have a look, said Yi Fan. Little Yi, I despise you. You just cultivated the perverted thief eyes, and you want to see the saintess? Li Heishui cursed, be careful of getting a needle's eye if you look too much. I am preparing for the stone gambling. Today, I am just looking around, I will not do anything. Tisk. Don't be so sanctimonious, you definitely want to see the saintess. Li Heishui curled his lips. Yi Fan and Li Heishui first walked to the Ji clan stone square, wanting to see if they could find the mysterious king of stones. On the way, they heard a lot of news about the Purple Mountain. The lands of the great sage and the 100 sects of the central province were about to fight, and there would be a storm there. Before they got close to the Ji clan's stone square, they saw a few familiar faces. The young people of the Genesis technique families were also here, including Wu Ziming, Li Zhongtian, and Tuoba Chang. Obviously, they had the same goal as Yi Fan, to choose the stone square and see where they could make a move. These two bastards really can't get along with us. Li Heishui carelessly stared at Wu Ziming and Li Zhongtian and said this to their faces. You. The two were enraged. Isn't that so? You first found Tuoba Chang, and this time, you used him to invite a bunch of monsters. Am I wrong? Li Heishui sneered. I won't fight with you now. This time, I don't believe you can turn the tables. Li Zhongtian said viciously. This time, I will personally see you get trampled to death by the seniors in Genesis techniques. Wu Ziming gnashed his teeth. Last time, you threatened us, but in the end, you gave us Genesis techniques for free. This time, I look forward to you taking the risk. Li Heishui laughed. The young people of the Genesis technique families sneered. One of them said, I'm afraid you will lose your lives this time. Do you want to kill us? Li Heishui was fearless. Ignorant people, there is life and death in a Genesis technique duel. Don't you know that? You may die in the process of choosing stones. I wasn't joking when I said I would trample you to death. Whether you can live or not will depend on your skills. Don't kneel at our feet when the time comes. The young people of the Genesis technique families sneered. After mocking them, they strode forward. There is life and death in the process of stone gambling? Li Heishui asked Yi Fan. Yes. Yi Fan nodded, revealing a trace of seriousness. At this moment, they arrived in front of the Ji clan's stone square. Yi Fan saw two familiar figures. It was a young man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. The man was like a god. His black hair was like a waterfall, and light surrounded his body. He was like a natural-born divine king, looking down on the mortal world. He had an oppressive aura of supremacy. It was Ji Haoyue. Beside him, there was a young girl dressed in fluttering purple clothes. She was slender and elegant, and when she smiled, her intelligent eyes would curve into crescents. Cute dimples would appear on her face, and her canine teeth would sparkle. It was Ji Ziyue. Chapter 370. After a long time, Ji Ziyue was the same as before. When she smiled, her little dimples, her sparkling little canine teeth, and those big crescent-shaped eyes carried a hint of playfulness. "Where are you looking?" Li Heishui smirked. Yi Fan's face turned red. Just now, he unknowingly used his origin divine instinct. However, his penetrating eyes didn't work. There was a thin layer of gauze around Ji Ziyue's body. It shrouded her like mist. He couldn't guess what it was. Perhaps it was as the Peacock King said, Ji Ziyue had a special physique. Or maybe it was the secret treasure that Little Moon often said in the past. How did the divine silkworm fall into the hands of the Ji family's Little Moon? Li Heishui was shocked. Yi Fan was also stunned. Ji Ziyue was hugging the little golden fairy and teasing it. How did this sneaky little thing get caught? When the two got closer, they understood what happened. The little golden creature ate the gall skin by mistake. Its mouth was purple from the bitterness. It looked like it was drunk. Its big eyes were blurred and it kept shaking. "Little girl, did we throw this divine silkworm away?" Li Heishui was very thick-skinned. He moved forward and wanted to trick her. "I told a similar lie when I was 6. Ji Ziyue replied crisply and continued to tease the divine silkworm with a smile. The little golden fairy kept punching drunkenly. It wanted to escape but couldn't. When it saw Yi Fan and Li Heishui approaching, its big eyes were filled with fear. "Xiao Guai, don't be afraid. These two bad guys won't dare to bully you." Ji Ziyue lightly scratched its nose and hugged it. Li Heishui was speechless. He felt that the Ji family's Little Moon was too eloquent. He wouldn't be able to take advantage of her. He rubbed his nose embarrassedly and continued to walk forward. Yi Fan also lightly brushed past the siblings. He didn't linger. If the divine body sensed something, it would be a disaster. The Ji family's stone square was filled with people. It was many times more lively than the last time. "What's going on?" Li Heishui didn't understand. Someone casually said, "Rumor has it that there might be a stone king in the Ji family's stone square. Many people come here to try their luck." "There's such a thing?" Yi Fan was surprised. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. The Genesis technique prodigy from last time. The person noticed the two and exclaimed, "Aren't you guys?" He was very excited to see them. Through their conversation, Yi Fan learned that when he and Tuoba Chang battled in stone gambling, the two of them cut the stones crazily. Many astute seniors guessed that there was a stone king here. On that day, Ji clan sealed the stone garden and had Master Yuan cut the stones one by one to find the rare treasures. You don't know, but the Ji family has suffered heavy losses. More than half of the stones in the stone garden have been cut open, but there was nothing. A Genesis technique expert asserted that even if all the exotic stones in the garden were cut open, the Stone King would not be found. Perhaps it had already become a saint spirit and was only cultivating here. You don't know, but Ji family suffered a great loss. They cut more than half of the stones in the garden but found nothing. Yi Fan touched his chin. He didn't expect such a storm to happen. He was speechless. When he walked into the depths of the Ji family's stone square, many people recognized him, immediately causing a commotion. Everyone surrounded him. "Little brother Gu Feng, you came to the Ji family's stone garden again. Are you here to chase after the Stone King? Gu Feng, you're not going to fight again, are you?" Not far away, when the people of the Ji family heard that Yi Fan had come, their faces all turned green. Last time, Yi Fan could be said to be like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds. He took away 2 large pieces of God's source and even cut out a heaven-defying God silkworm. Now that he was here again, they wanted to close the door and let the dogs out. They wanted to chase him out and never let him in again. They don't seem to welcome us. Li Heishui didn't know what was good for him. The people around him were speechless. Like hell they welcome you. I bet Ji family's people have the urge to kill you. Brothers, you should take it easy. After all, you took a large amount of treasures. Some people advised them not to go overboard. This was a stone workshop in the Holy Land. If they targeted this family, they might really force Ji family's people into a corner. Yi Fan rubbed his nose. Unknowingly, he already had the demeanor of the Yuan Taoist master. Everywhere he went, people's faces turned green. Everyone, I'm not here to gamble, there's no need to be so nervous. I'm just here for a walk. Yi Fan smiled and explained. Not far away, Ji family's people's faces turned green. They didn't believe his words at all. Why did he come here for a walk? Not far away, Yi Fan saw a fatty with his butt in the air. He was rummaging through a pile of stones. My God's eyes are blind, this damn fatty is actually wearing red underwear. Yi Fan cursed his bad luck. Along the way, he had been searching for stone kings with his divine eyes. Of course, he would see things he shouldn't. Towards those female cultivators, he could only silently apologize in his heart, but seeing this fatty acting so coquettishly, he was speechless. No, this fatty looks familiar. Damn, it's that damn Duanda. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He didn't think this fatty would come here. Sure enough, wherever there were benefits, there would be unscrupulous Daoists. Although Duanda had changed his appearance, under Yi Fan's transparent eye, he had nowhere to hide, and his wretched charm could be seen clearly. Yi Fan really wanted to go over and kick his butt, but he resisted the urge. He didn't want to alert the enemy and just walked away as if nothing had happened. Damn fatty, you better pray. If you dare to stay in the divine city, I'll kill you. Yi Fan walked around the Ji clan's stone garden and didn't find the Stone King. Finally, he left. This made the Ji clan's people sigh in relief. They sent him away as if he was the plague. Then, Yi Fan and Li Heishui came to the Dian Stone Square. The moment they came in, they were recognized. Everyone's expression changed. Why do I feel like we're the most unwelcome ones? Li Heishui mumbled. Yi Fan smiled. Wrong, they're very happy to have us as their guests. They just don't want us to appear in their stone squares. Then, they entered a few other stone squares. The results were all the same. Everywhere they went, the stone squares acted like they were facing the plague and wanted them to leave immediately. Finally, Yi Fan and Li Heishui entered the Jade Lake Stone Square. This was their last stop of the day. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Yuan Taoist master had left countless legends here. Though many years had passed, there were still some rumors. In the Jade Lake Stone Square, there was a celestial lake by the Heaven Stone Garden called Jade Lake, the same name as the Holy Land. Suddenly, a female disciple came and said that the Jade Lake Saint wanted to invite Gu Feng. Yi Fan's heart thumped and his expression changed. If there was someone who could guess his identity, it would be the Jade Lake Saint. There was an ancient forest by the lake. It was very quiet and no one came in or out. A hazy figure stood there, shrouded in a faint mist. They had met a few times but Yi Fan had never seen the Jade Lake Saint's face. He wanted to use the Heaven Source divine instinct to see through her. But at this moment, the Jade Lake Saint suddenly spoke. Though it was the voice of nature, it shook Yi Fan's mind. Should I call you Gu Feng or Yi Fan? What do you mean? Yi Fan looked at her calmly. The Jade Lake Saint's voice was magnetic. We entered the absolute beginning forbidden land together and fought over the 9 secrets in Lizho. I knew then that you must have learned the Source Heavenly Book. Yi Fan shook his head. I think you've mistaken me for someone else. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden said, although your appearance has changed a lot, your Genesis art has not. You can't change this fact. Yi Fan smiled and said, Fairy, what are you talking about? I really don't understand. Every member from an ancient Genesis technique clan possesses superb Genesis techniques. Could they all be the ones Fairy is looking for? The Jade Lake Saintess smiled and said, "You might have heard that the Origin Heavenly Master was an honored guest of our Jade Lake. He was our sect's external protector. Our Jade Lake can recognize his original art." Yi Fan smiled. He was still unmoved. He shook his head and didn't say anything. The Jade Lake Saintess was as hazy as a fairy as she walked through the ancient forest. She casually pointed out the difference between Yi Fan's original art and pointed out the key points. "Although we don't have the source heavenly book, we can recognize the unique original arts." Yi Fan knew that she had recognized him. In the absolute beginning Forbidden Land, she had deduced that he had received the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master. Now, she had confirmed his identity through the original art. "What do you want?" He activated his origin divine instinct and looked forward. His eyes shone with purple light. At this moment, he saw through the dense fog and saw a peerless immortal face, so beautiful that it was suffocating. Just as the rumor said, even an old Taoist would be tempted to return to the secular world after seeing the Jade Lake Saint's peerless face. "You obtained the stone core and cultivated the heavenly eye? Don't look at me." The Jade Lake Saint was shocked. Then, she was ashamed and angry. She couldn't maintain her usual indifference. "I didn't cultivate the heavenly eye," Yi Fan denied. However, the purple light in his eyes shone even brighter. He stared forward without blinking. His expression betrayed him. Anyone who saw such a beautiful body would find it hard to stay calm. She was like a fairy from the ninth heaven bathing in the mortal world. Her body was snow-white and exquisite. She had the right curves and curves like the finest jade. The Jade Lake was famous all over the world. People from the land of the great sage and the families of the clan of the ancients wanted to marry a woman from the Jade Lake. Unfortunately, not many people could do it, let alone their saint. It was impossible. "You." The Jade Lake Saint suddenly turned around and flew into the forest. She had lost her composure. Yi Fan's eyes shone with purple light. Looking at her back, he said to himself, "She is indeed a peerless beauty. Her skin is as white as jade. She is a national beauty." Although he could only see her back, her beautiful curves and snow-white skin were enough to make people's blood boil. However, Yi Fan only smiled. Under such circumstances, he didn't dare to have any profane thoughts. He just wanted to disturb the other party's peace of mind so that he could take the initiative in the following conversation. He knew that the other party didn't want to attack him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have met him here. The Jade Lake Saint heard him talking to himself. Her body stiffened. She disappeared into the forest. After a long time, she calmed down and sent him a message. "You are so lame." Chapter 371. The ancient trees were tall and strong, with lush branches and leaves. Their trunks stretched towards the sky like young dragons. The forest was very peaceful and quiet. The Jade Lake Holy Virgin finally walked out. Although she was standing in front of him, she gave people the illusion that she was standing in a palace in the sky. She didn't seem to belong to the mortal world. She had a celestial body and an otherworldly body. She gave people a noble and untouchable feeling, as if she was very far away from the mortal world. Yi Fan had a smile on his face. His eyes were clear. It was exactly such a woman who had appeared naked before him just now. That peerless body seemed to still be in front of him. Her snow-white skin and graceful curves made him feel incredulous when he thought about it. The Jade Lake Holy Virgin was someone that even the outstanding talents of the eternal dynasties in the Central Plains and the Holy Lands in the Eastern Barren Territory could only admire. They could never get close to her. Just now, he had inexplicably seen her naked body. If this matter was spread out, it would definitely shake the world and cause a huge uproar. Of course, it was even more likely that the outstanding talents of the Holy Lands would chase after Yi Fan. This was a serious blasphemy. "You've crossed the line," the Jade Lake Holy Virgin said. White mist swirled around her body, obscuring her expression. I didn't see anything. Yi Fan didn't feel guilty at all when he said this. He acted as if he was telling the truth. I don't want to talk about this with you, the Jade Lake Holy Virgin said calmly. The Jade Lake Saintess spoke calmly. The Jade Lake Saintess was an extraordinary person. She didn't want to get entangled with him. However, Yi Fan pretended to be ignorant. I really didn't get the stone core. Fairy, you've misunderstood. I didn't see anything just now. You. The Jade Lake Holy Virgin's breath was like orchids. Her emotions fluctuated a little, but she quickly calmed down. If you dare to mention this again, I will immediately announce your identity. Okay, nothing happened just now. Yi Fan smiled. The purple light in his eyes had already disappeared. His clear eyes were very clean as he sized up the peerless beauty in front of him. He knew that the Jade Lake Holy Virgin wouldn't harm him now. With a smile, he waited for her to talk and see what she wanted. Aren't you afraid? There are many experts in the Divine City. Once your identity is exposed, you won't be able to escape death, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden said. Yi Fan nodded and said, I am afraid. Who can face life and death calmly? But do I have a choice? You could have chosen not to come here. Why take such a huge risk? Traveling far away from home, a moment of peace and tranquility could very well be a lifetime of regret. Coming to the Divine City, it was true that they might face death, but it was also possible for them to fight for a better future. I have no other choice. You sure are confident. Do you really think that you can obtain 5 million kilograms of source? Even if you get it, you might not be able to enter the secret realm of the four extremes. The curse of the sacred body of the ancients is probably more difficult than you think. It won't be that simple. Fairy, please teach me. Yi Fan humbly asked for guidance as he stared at the peerless beauty in front of him. I have nothing to teach you. The Jade Lake Saintess shook her head. Fairy, why are you looking for me? Yi Fan asked. A few strange stones in the Jade Lake. There were peerless stones in the Jade Lake that were sealed by the Yuan Taoist master and suppressed by the Queen Mother of the West for generations. It was hard to imagine what was inside. Yi Fan and the Jade Lake Saintess talked for a long time before he walked out of the ancient forest with a deep frown. It requires the 6 seals of immortals. This gave him quite a headache. It was a supreme technique, and one could tell how profound it was from its name. It could trigger the Great Path, seal the mountains and rivers, and suppress unparalleled masters. Unfortunately, it was only a kind of divine technique that was theorized. There were only a few sentences recorded in the Book of Source of Heaven, and they were all hypothetical. It was extremely difficult to understand, let alone actually create and perform it. Is the Fairy of Jade Lake beautiful? Li Heishui, who was waiting outside, asked as soon as he saw him. Unparalleled beauty, unparalleled beauty. Yi Fan was thinking about the 6 seals of immortals and subconsciously responded. Li Heishui was dumbfounded and said, You really saw her face? No, Xiao Yezi, you are a beast. What did you see with your lecherous eyes? What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Fan was startled and immediately felt guilty. He couldn't help but look back at the ancient forest. Xiao Yezi, don't try to hide it. I just casually said something and you gave it away. Tell me, what did you see? I didn't see anything. Nonsense. You just got the lecherous eyes. How could you be so calm and not see anything? Old Heishui, can you stop talking? Yi Fan turned around and saw the Jade Lake Saintess walking out. Under the sunlight, her long dress was dyed with a golden luster. Then go back and tell me. Yi Fan pulled Li Heishui and fled. They disappeared in the blink of an eye and quickly left the stone square of Jade Lake. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Grandmasters of the Genesis Technique aristocratic families would have a Genesis Technique showdown with Yi Fan today. The entire divine city would be stirred. The news had already spread. It was unknown how many people were waiting and specially rushed to the divine city to witness this grand occasion. Even many of the elders of the various sects had come out of seclusion and came to the divine city to personally witness the most influential Genesis technique showdown in thousands of years. I heard that this Genesis technique showdown will determine life and death. Is this true? I also heard that a Genesis technique expert leaked this information. It will be extremely dangerous. The youngsters of the ancient technique aristocratic families have long said that they will trample Gu Feng to death in Genesis techniques. It seems that they are not just shooting their mouths. They will really determine life and death. Many people were discussing and looking forward to this showdown. I wonder what will be found this time. It will most likely be an unexpected treasure. Both sides are really angry. The wager alone is 1.5 million kilograms of pure Genesis energy. It's hard to imagine what will be even more astonishing than the wager. On this day, there was only one topic in the vast divine city. Everyone was talking about it. Even the impending battle of Mount Purple was ignored. Not long after, the location of the Genesis technique showdown was announced. It was set to be at the Arcade Stone Square. It would officially start in 2 hours. The entire city was in an uproar. It was unknown how many people flocked there, but in the end, all the roads were blocked, unable to take a single step forward. The Arcade Stone Square was overcrowded and completely surrounded. The vast majority of people were blocked and did not have the right to enter. This is too exaggerated. It's comparable to the Yuan Taoist master from back then. Tens of thousands of people turned out just to witness this earth-shaking battle. Back then, even the bet between the Yuan Taoist master and the Jade Lake Saintess did not have this many people. It's shocking. Because the divine city has been peaceful for too long. This time, a Genesis technique grandmaster has come out to compete with a young genius like Gu Feng. It will naturally attract attention. When the people from the Arcade Stone Square found out that this would be the main battlefield, their faces immediately turned green. There was nothing worse than this. They had the urge to hire assassins to kill people. The battle between the two was like a god of calamity coming to their doorstep. They really wanted to keep all the stones, but unfortunately, there were too many people in the garden. It was too embarrassing to do so in front of so many people. In the end, they pinched their noses and accepted this reality. They were helpless and angry. Many people crowded in front of the Arcade Stone Square, unable to enter. There were too many people, so they naturally had to be selective to let them in. Jin Qishao from the Gold family, Xiang Yifei from the Superyen Sacred Land, and the Saint of 10,000 Beginnings have entered. The young nun from Daoist has always stood aloof from worldly affairs, but she has actually come today. The Jade Lake Saintess has also come. The Divine King Physique and Little Moon from the Ji family have also arrived. People were surprised to find that more than half of the saint-level figures of the younger generation had come. Almost all of them had arrived. Isn't that the Grand Elder of the Yin-Yang sect? I heard that he has been in seclusion for many years. Unexpectedly, he has also appeared. Those old men over there seem to be the Grand Elders of the Sacred Lands. People couldn't help but be surprised. Today's Genesis technique showdown had alarmed many people with great backgrounds. The impact was obvious. Today's storm had overshadowed the upcoming battle on the Purple Mountain, making people forget about everything there. At this moment, the divine city had become the center of the storm, attracting everyone's attention. The people from the ancient Genesis technique families arrived first. The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone got out of the way. 4 old men and a few young people walked into the Jade Lake Stone Square. Those 4 old men are Genesis technique grandmasters and have a close relationship with the sacred lands. They are often invited to solve various problems in the ancient mines. It's not shameful even if Gu Feng loses. After all, he is facing a big shot in Genesis techniques. It's not a big deal for him to lose. Not long after, Yi Fan and Li Heishui arrived and immediately caused a commotion. They walked in very calmly. The Alcade stone square had a long history. The ancient buildings were magnificent and tall. Under the sunlight, there was a kind of sacred luster flowing. The stone gardens were not monotonous. They were filled with ancient trees that were incomparably dense. It was like a primitive land if one entered carelessly. Yi Fan and Li Heishui did not stop and walked straight into the stone square. Today's battle would definitely be in the Heaven Stone Garden. The people of the Alcade Stone Square were all expressionless when they saw them arrive. The only thing missing was the word, "Not welcome," written on their faces. In the Heaven Stone Garden, there was a kind of strange bamboo called the Blood Tears Jade Bamboo. The bamboo joints were snow-white like jade, but the suet jade leaves had a few blood stains that looked like teardrops. There were many legends about this kind of spirit bamboo. Some said that the tears of deities dyed the bamboo leaves red, while others said that it was contaminated by the blood of the ancient royalty. There was no doubt that this was a rare spirit bamboo that was very difficult to raise. There were not many of them in the world, but there was one here that overflowed with a large amount of spirit qi. The whole stretch of spirit bamboo was snow-white like jade, growing vigorously and sparkling. The blood stains swayed like teardrops rolling down. Almost everyone who was supposed to come had arrived. At a glance, one could see a sea of shining white heads, all of which belonged to the older generation. The youngsters who could enter the Heaven Stone Garden were all chosen-level characters, such as Jianghu, the Jade Lake Saintess, Ji Haoyue, and the Daoist girl. "You guys are finally here." A youngster from a Genesis Technique family sneered. "Take a good look at this land. You know what will happen in a true Genesis Technique showdown." Another person's lips curled in a mocking smile. Li Heishui said, "It is hard to say who will live and who will die. Genesis Technique masters are not invincible." Another person transmitted his voice and mocked, "Let's wait and see. I want to see if you will kneel down and beg for your lives." Yi Fan ignored him and looked to the side. Disillusionment Palace's Grand Elder Li Heishui had also arrived with Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian. He was sneering with a meaningful meaning. Li Heishui said, "Elderly, you are here again. Sneering at us like this, do you want to bet with us? Did you bring enough Genesis today?" Li Heishui's expression did not change. Youngsters should not be too arrogant. Who knows, you might be crushed to death in a while. Chapter 372. We've never been arrogant. It's just that every time someone bumps into our feet or sticks out their face to ask us to hit them. Some people even rush to give us hundreds of thousands of kilograms of source energy. Li Heishui smiled brightly. The Grand Elder's face darkened. Wasn't this pointing at the monk and calling him bald? He'd hit his sore spot. Last time, he'd jumped into the pit himself and his face had turned green. He still wanted to vomit blood now. "Hey brat, don't be so arrogant. Be careful or you'll die in front of the stone," Li Heishui said sinisterly. "With Senior Li here, I don't think I'll lose. This has become a rule. It's been like this for a few times." "Huh." Li Heishui laughed. "Senior Li, don't lower yourself to the same level as an ignorant brat. Don't worry, they'll suffer in a bit." A young man from an ancient Genesis Technique family sneered. Li Heishui mocked, "Is there a place for you to speak? We're competing with people of your grandfather's generation. As for you, go away. You." The young man's face turned red. Wu Ziming, who was behind Li Heishui, gnashed his teeth. "Too arrogant. I'll watch you fall from the clouds." He and Li Chongtian were definitely the victims. They'd lost thousands of kilograms of source energy and had lost a lot of face. Am I wrong? We're competing with his grandfather. Why is a junior like him interfering? He doesn't have the right to act superior in front of us. If he wants to be high and mighty, he'll have to learn Genesis techniques for another 20 years. Good, good, good. The young men from the ancient Genesis technique families stormed off. They'd only humiliate themselves if they kept talking. The Genesis technique showdown hadn't even started, but the smell of gunpowder was already strong. If they could fight, it would be a life-and-death battle. The old men watching from the side narrowed their eyes. It would be a fierce battle today. Both sides were so confident. Something shocking was likely going to happen. Among these people, there were super antiques who'd reached the end of their lifespans, grand elders of sacred grounds, and overlords of the demon race. All of them had amazing backgrounds. On the other side were the saints of the eastern wilderness younger generation. The Dao Holy Land's young Taoist priest, Jin Qishao, the Jade Lake Saintess, Su Heng, and Yao Yuekong were all paying close attention. A Grandmaster-level Genesis technique duel was rarely seen even in 100 years. What's more, there was an astonishing one. 5 million kilograms of Genesis at stake. It had been several thousand years since such a grand bet had occurred. An old man from an ancient Genesis technique clan opened his mouth and said, "Young friend, let's begin." Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt a trace of danger. He turned to Li Heishui and said, "You can follow me, but don't get too close." Could it be that this old man really dares to kill in public? Li Heishui was shocked. "You don't have to worry about it. Just watch from the side," Yi Fan instructed. The blood tears jade bamboo was spotlessly white, sparkling and translucent. As the cool breeze blew, it rustled and the jade leaves fluttered like blood tears falling down. The bamboo forest was extremely dense, blocking the sun. However, this place wasn't gloomy at all, instead shining brilliantly. Yi Fan stepped forward and calmly faced the four old men. He did not even glance at the youngsters. "May I know which elder wants to spar with me? Let this old man do it." It was the old man who had just spoken. He came from the Nangong clan and was known as a Genesis technique grandmaster 10 years ago. His name was Nangong Chi. After learning his identity, Yi Fan calmly said, "Elder Nangong, how do we set the rules? If you win, in addition to the 1.5 million kilograms of Genesis, you will also get a rare treasure from the other party," Nangong Chi said with a smile. "Good, that's exactly what I want." Yi Fan nodded. "I'm not finished yet." The old man shook his head. "Oh, what else does Elder want to say?" Yi Fan asked. 1.5 million kilograms of Genesis is not a small number. It is too hasty to bet on a single stone, and it will not reflect the brilliance of the Genesis technique duel. I think everyone can choose 3 stones. How about it? All right, I agree. Yi Fan nodded. Humans could make mistakes, and so could horses. This would be safer for both parties, allowing them to display their true strength. Then let's choose the stones. After speaking, Nangong Chi led the way into the bamboo forest. The Heaven Stone Garden was filled with noise. The older generation and chosen level elites all followed to see how they would choose the stones. Yi Fan slowly paced around the blood tears jade bamboo, observing the strange stones. He was not in a hurry to make a move, and needed to walk around as a whole. In the Heaven Stone Garden, there were many strange stones with sky-high prices. Every one of them was extraordinary and astonishing. As for their prices, they would similarly make one shrink back. In a sunny area with sparse jade bamboo, Yi Fan saw a strange stone that was worth 120 kilograms of pure Genesis. This stone was very special. It was spherical, perfectly round, and had a diameter of 1.5 meters. One could feel a trace of warmth when touching it. This must have been polished by someone. Li Heishui asserted. This stone was too regular. Little friend, you guessed wrong. This stone was born like this. If you don't believe me, look carefully. It's like the sun right now. Every day when the sun shines on it, wisps of essence energy will circulate. Some people speculate that there is a stone embryo inside. Back then, many people wanted to cut it open. If not for a Genesis technique grandmaster rejecting it, the wavering light sacred land would have done it themselves. Yifan judged that this stone was born like this and not polished by someone. This stone was called the demon embryo. Some people speculated that there might be a saint spirit inside, and it was even more valuable than the 9-orifice stone golem. This group of old men did not comment much because the Genesis technique grandmaster had rejected this stone. The wavering light sacred land was already considering lowering the price. Yifan did not come to a conclusion. He stood there for a long time before leaving and continuing to look at the stones. Suddenly, he felt a dazzling light. A stone in front of him had drawn out the purple light in his eyes. He strode forward, and when he got close, the purple light in his eyes penetrated the stone. He wanted to see through it completely. However, at this moment, the stone suddenly shattered, and a scarlet dragon rushed out. It shone brightly and pounced at Yifan's chest, trying to penetrate it. This change shocked everyone. They did not understand what was going on. Only Yifan knew that the kind-looking Nangong Qi had set a trap for him. This strange stone had been tampered with. Inside it was a heterogeneous essence called fire red. Nangong Qi had used a mysterious Genesis technique to turn it into dragon energy. It was easy to mistake it for a god source. It would definitely shatter upon contact, and the endless essence energy would turn into a fatal blade. A battle of Genesis techniques could also kill. At this moment, it was very dangerous. Yifan quickly retreated and avoided the attack of the scarlet dragon. Whoosh! A streak of golden light rushed over. The little golden fairy opened its mouth in the air and inhaled. The essence of the fiery red origin turned into a streak of divine light and entered its mouth. It smacked its lips in satisfaction. Its big eyes blinked and sparkled brightly. "Little thing, you have done well." Li Heishui laughed. The divine golden fairy did not appreciate it at all. It bared its fangs and claws at him and Yifan. It flew away angrily and landed on the shoulder of the little nun in white. At the side, Ji Ziyue chuckled. She took out a god source bean and waved it at it. In the end, the god silkworm did not have any sense of loyalty and ran over. The little nun in white pouted unhappily and called out softly. However, the god silkworm pretended to be deaf and mute because of the god source bean. "Sister Yilin, don't be angry. This little slippery fellow is so playful. You can't watch it at all. Why don't we watch it together?" Ji Ziyue smiled sweetly, and her dimples appeared. "Xiao Guai, you can't resist the temptation." The little nun in white was unhappy. The two girls were together. They had red lips and white teeth, and their big eyes were bright. However, one was pouting, and the other was cunning and intelligent. They could not stop smiling, and it was very eye-catching. What is going on? The people from the Alcade Stone Square had appeared. A strange stone worth 30,000 kilograms of Genesis energy had shattered. This was their loss. Someone's Genesis technique is not good enough and broke the stone. "Just get him to compensate," said a young man from an ancient Genesis technique family. He looked at Yifan with a mocking expression. "Damn it, it was clearly you guys who had evil intentions and wanted to kill people. Too despicable and shameless." Li Heishui cursed. Another young man from the Genesis technique family mocked, "Are you a newbie? Is this your first day in the Genesis technique profession? Whoever broke it will have to pay for it." "Fine, I'll compensate." Yifan stopped Li Heishui. He looked at Nangong Qi. This old man still had a kind appearance, but he had taken him down a notch. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have died. The few young men from the Genesis technique family all sneered. They did not hide the mockery in their eyes. This was the first lesson for their opponent. At this moment, everyone knew that Yi Fan had suffered a loss. They did not expect a Genesis technique duel to be so dangerous. Even if it was choosing a stone, if he was not careful, his opponent could take advantage of it and kill him on the spot. A young man who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. When he meets a true grandmaster, he will immediately know who is better. His realm is too far apart. Li Shui, the Grand Elder of the Disillusionment Palace, sneered. This old man. Li Shui frowned and glared at him. Yi Fan pulled him back and did not let him say anything. He walked a few steps casually and then gently stomped on the ground. Boom! Screams came from not far away. Two young disciples from the Genesis technique family spat out blood in the dazzling light and were sent flying. Beside them, a strange stone shattered, and the mystical source essence chi contained within it all hit their bodies. Earth Vein Dragon Transformation Technique. Nangong Chi's eyes flashed as he stared at Yi Fan. It was Yi Fan's intention. He had used the Genesis technique to dissolve the strange essence chi in the strange stone, turning it into dragon chi and giving it color. These are all small techniques. I still have a killing technique. If you want to play, I will play with you to the end. Yi Fan replied calmly. Everyone was shocked. The Jade Lake Saint Lady, An Miaoyi, Yao Yuekong, Jin Qishao, Jiang Yifei, and the others could not help but look over. The older generation people were also surprised. They quietly watched everything. Let's cut the stone and see who wins. Nangong Chi turned around and left. Yi Fan walked into the depths of the bamboo forest. The jade bamboo flashed with white light. He stared at a very special stone and could not move. This stone is worth 250,000 pounds of pure essence chi. Li Heishui exclaimed. His face was full of disbelief. This stone could be said to be ridiculously expensive. It was the most expensive stone he had ever seen. It was truly a sky-high price. The Immortal Tomb? Yi Fan was also shocked. This strange stone was called the Immortal Tomb. It was a strange name, but it matched its shape. The stone was more than 2 meters tall and shaped like an ancient tomb. Its bottom was 3 meters in diameter. It was full of the marks of time. It did not look like a stone, but rather an antique. This stone really looks like an ancient tomb. If it was thrown into the graveyard, it would be hard to tell it apart. Li Heishui was very surprised. Brothers, you have to take a good look. Even if this stone is not the oldest stone in the Alcade Stone Lane, it is almost there. It is definitely the graveyard's treasure. It is very special. On the side, an old man introduced. His eyes were very fiery as he urged Yi Fan to cut it open. This stone is very special. Look at the front. There seems to be some writing on it. I almost bought it with others, but I did not dare to touch it in the end. Another old man opened his mouth and pointed at the other side of the Immortal Tomb. He wanted to fulfill his long-cherished wish through Yi Fan and find out what this stone was like. Yi Fan went forward and observed carefully. He was shocked. There were indeed some marks on the front of the Immortal Tomb. They looked like carvings, but also like marks left by nature. This is too strange. Could it really be a natural tomb? It looks like a heaven and earth inscription. Li Heishui was flabbergasted. It was obvious that the Immortal Tomb was too famous. When Yi Fan stopped here, many old men surrounded him. None of them could calm down. In the past, even the Yuan Taoist master went out of his way to find a strange stone like this. He once said that there are natural tombs in this world that contain priceless immortal treasures. That's right. The reason this stone has this name is because it is almost the same as what the Yuan Taoist master said. That's why it is called the Immortal Tomb. Brother Gu, I strongly suggest that this stone is definitely not ordinary. It might really be a heaven-sealed immortal tomb. These old men were even more attentive than Yi Fan. In just a moment, they had told him everything about this stone and even brought up the Yuan Taoist master from 10,000 years ago. Yi Fan activated his divine instinct. His eyes flickered with purple light as he looked through the stone. Then, he walked around the stone a few times and studied it carefully. His brows furrowed. What do you see? Don't tell me there's really an immortal corpse sealed here? If that's the case, not just the eastern wilderness, but the central plains, western desert, southern mountains, and northern plains will all be in an uproar, Li Heishui transmitted. Yi Fan shook his head. My divine instinct has achieved initial success, but it's not the heavenly eye. I can't tell what's inside. Another old man reminded him, brother, you have to be careful. If it really is a heaven-made tomb, the alcade wouldn't be placed here. Someone immediately retorted, every stone is full of uncertainty. I think this one is worth the gamble. So many people have come, including old Genesis technique masters, but didn't they all give up in the end? Before Yi Fan could say anything, the group of old men had already started arguing. He squatted down and touched the marks on the tomb, trying to determine if they were natural characters. Someone said, some old geezers came here and said these marks are like ancient characters. Others said they are blurry runes formed by nature. Purple light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes again. He stared at those ancient marks without blinking. Then, he used the purple light to penetrate the stone and investigate deeper. Little brother Gu Feng, your Genesis technique is indeed superb. Your eyes are like lightning. It's amazing. We haven't seen each other for more than a month. Brother Gu's Genesis technique has improved again. The great Xia Prince, Yao Yuekong, and the others came over and spoke one after another. Yi Fan raised his head. Purple light flickered in his eyes. He found many chosen level figures around him, including in Miaoyi and the great sage's daughters. He felt guilty in his heart. Li Heishui patted him and said with a smirk, focus. Chapter 373. The moment Yi Fan stood up, he saw a field of snow-white crystals. The saintesses were right in front of him and he couldn't avoid them even if he wanted to. Li Heishui was so jealous that he pulled him back and cursed in a low voice, be careful, don't let your beast blood boil. Yi Fan recited his Dao name and Buddhist name in his heart, apologizing repeatedly. The saintesses from the all-beginning sacred land and Super Yen's sacred land were standing too close to him and he couldn't avoid them. Little brother Gu Feng, why are you blushing when choosing stones? And Miaoyi smiled. She was known as one of the most beautiful girls and some even said that she was the #1 beauty in the Eastern Baron. Every frown and smile of hers was incomparably moving. She looked otherworldly and inviolable, but to Yi Fan, it was a different scene. He couldn't bear it. And Miaoyi had a devilish figure, perfectly round, slender, and voluptuous. Her body was like jade and could stir the hearts of men. Yi Fan coughed and said, choosing stones is very tiring. Brother, are you all right? Yao Yuekong asked with concern. Li Heishui curled his lips and said, don't worry, he will be fine and will even be full of vigor. And Miaoyi smiled sweetly, little brother Gu Feng is really interesting. I don't think you are a shy person, so why are you so reserved now? Li Heishui chuckled, honorable goddess Miaoyi, it is your charm that is boundless. Gu Feng won't be able to bear it. The few saintesses present were all puzzled, even a bit baffled. They felt that his words were strange, as if he was implying something. Yi Fan tried to cover it up, I'm fine, just exhausted a bit. I'll be fine after a short rest. The few saintesses all had faint smiles on their faces. Even the people around them were stunned, and their minds were in a trance. There was no need to mention Yi Fan, who had the ability to see through everything. He truly understood what it meant to be extremely charming, beautiful, and supple. However, this wasn't enjoyment, but rather a type of torture. He quickly turned around to face the immortal tomb and sized it up again. Otherwise, he was really afraid that he would grow a needle's eye and be struck by lightning. One had to know that these were the holy daughters, the heirs of the eastern wasteland's immortal inheritance, the future mistresses of this vast and boundless land. Today, he had seen through the heavenly secrets. In the future, if the heavenly secrets were to be leaked and people found out that he had the divine eye, it would definitely be a huge karma. The few saintesses would most likely chase him all over the world to kill him. Brother Baldy, Brother Daoist. Yi Fan mumbled a few more Buddhist and Taoist names before he calmed down completely. The immortal tomb was like an abyss. Even though it wasn't large, it was immeasurably deep. His brows locked together, and only after observing for a long time did he stand up. Little brother Gu, what do you think? Will you choose this stone? The group of elders were all paying close attention. One of them said, who knows, there might really be immortal treasures inside. If this stone really was sealed by the heavens, would the light-shaking realm wait for someone to cut it? Yi Fan shook his head. He couldn't come to a conclusion. Not long after, he arrived beside a spring and stared at a stone the size of a human head. He couldn't see anything special about it. However, his heart was moved, and he used his origin divine instinct to see through it. Divine source. This strange stone was not big, but it contained a piece of God's source that was even bigger than a fist, which surprised him quite a bit. His divine eyes were like lightning, and the purple light penetrated the stone. He clearly saw a small sun sealed inside, so it couldn't be a fake divine source made by Nangong Qi. This divine source was worth at least 30,000 kilograms of pure divine source. It was golden in color, and it was like an eternal ray of divine light was fixed inside the stone. Yi Fan weighed the head-sized stone in his hand. He decided to buy it and not count it among the 3 stones he had to choose. Suddenly, his expression changed. He threw the stone into the air and hit among the group of old men. Boom! It was as if a huge star had fallen from the universe and was destroyed in midair. Blinding golden energy gushed out like an endless stream of magma. The aura of the divine source. Everyone was shocked, and at the same time, they felt a wave of fear. This much divine power was enough to blow up the older generation. Just now, if Yi Fan had been one step slower, he would have become a bloody pulp. This kind of power was difficult to estimate. That old man is too evil. He didn't even hesitate to destroy a divine source. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. Everyone's hearts were beating fast. The original technique battle had escalated to a life-and-death situation. The process of choosing the stone was also a trap. If they were not careful, they would be doomed. Only the god silkworm was excited. It flew into the sky and sucked the divine source into its mouth. It kept smacking its lips and looked like it was drunk. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Yi Fan walked in the bamboo forest, moving casually. He treated the Alcade stone square as a battlefield. He used the dragon technique, the earth pulse technique, and the kill technique to transform the strange stones. Along the way, he found 8 or 9 traps. The slightest mistake could kill people, and the lightest mistake could cripple them. Every step was scary. Boom! A purple light shot into the sky. An amethyst xenogenic source exploded. Although Nangong Qi's reaction was fast, half of his sleeve was turned to dust. Beside him, a disciple screamed. His body was a bloody mess. His abdomen had almost been pierced through. Nangong Qi's face darkened. He ordered, "You guys stand aside. Do not follow." The young people of the ancient family all stepped back and did not follow. The smell of gunpowder was getting stronger. The 2 sides were at each other's throats. If they were careless, they could lose their lives. Yi Fan walked around the stone garden and finally found a stone that he liked. It was shaped like a stone roller. It was not very big, and it was priced at 80,000 pounds of source. It was called the Wind Cave Stone. This stone is almost weathered. There are many small holes on it. It is like rotten wood that has been drilled by bugs. Why did you choose it? Li Heishui did not understand. The surrounding old men were also confused. Someone said, "This stone has been here for hundreds of years. No one has ever cared about it." Unexpectedly, Yi Fan was determined to buy the Wind Cave stone. He did not explain much. Cries of surprise came from the other side of the bamboo forest. Nangong Qi had also chosen the first stone, causing a commotion. Grandmaster Nangong has chosen the blood sacrificial altar. Legend has it that this stone was transported from the absolute beginning forbidden zone. It is worth 300,000 pounds of pure source. It is the most expensive stone in the Alcade Stone Workshop and can be ranked in the top 5 among the major stone workshops. What a shocking sum. 300,000 pounds of source can be piled up into a mountain, but it is used to buy a stone. Everyone could not help but be shocked. The stone garden was filled with noise. Yi Fan frowned. The other party's decisiveness had exceeded his expectations. He had also seen the blood sacrificial altar before. It was difficult to see through, just like the immortal graveyard. He did not want the other party to buy it. "I want the immortal graveyard." He spat out these 4 words to the Alcade stone. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. The second most expensive strange stone had been bought. There was bound to be a good show to watch today. The immortal graveyard is worth 250,000 pounds of pure source. These two groups of people are crazy. They are using several 100,000 pounds of source to buy a stone. The stone garden was in an uproar. People were discussing spiritedly, and the outside was even more excited. Too many people had come today. The majority could not enter and could only watch from a distance outside the bamboo forest. A world-shocking gamble. One throw of several 100,000 pounds of source. He is even more extravagant than the sacred master. The immortal graveyard and the blood sacrificial altar have been chosen. Today will definitely be an eye-opener. I have always wanted to know what is inside. Almost everyone was excited. The children of the great sage were all deeply shocked. After all, it was several 100,000 pounds of source. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. The old men were the most unsettled. Some of them had stared at the immortal graveyard and the blood sacrificial altar for who knew how many years, but after being rejected by the Genesis Technique Grandmaster, no one dared to make a move. Grandmaster Nangong has chosen the second strange stone. Cries of surprise came from the other side of the bamboo forest. The second stone Nangong Qi had chosen was worth 180,000 pounds of source. It was not the highest price, but its size was the largest. It was about the size of a house. Stupid elephant. This stone's name was not elegant. It was huge and expensive, so no one had been interested in it. Nangong Qi had decisively bought it. Yi Fan felt a trace of pressure. The other party was very bold. He had chosen the stone accurately and decisively. Li Heishui was indignant. In name, Nangong Qi is choosing the stone, but in reality, it is 4 grandmasters from an ancient Genesis Technique family looking at the stone together. This is 4 against 1. It is very unfair. I choose the demon fetus. Yi Fan chose the third stone. It was the perfectly round and strange stone. It was worth 120,000 pounds of source and was called the demon fetus. It was warm to the touch. Little friend, have you chosen? Nangong Qi walked over. He had also chosen the third stone. I have, replied Yi Fan. In that case, let's cut the stone. Nangong Qi was very calm, as if everything was under his control. The 3 strange stones Yi Fan chose were, Wind Cave Stone, Demon Fetus, and Immortal Graveyard. They were worth 80,000 pounds of source, 120,000 pounds of source, and 250,000 pounds of source, for a total of 450,000 pounds of source. The three strange stones Nangong Chi chose were Scorching Sun Stone, Stupid Elephant, and Blood Sacrificial Altar. They were worth 80,000 pounds of source, 180,000 pounds of source, and 300,000 pounds of source, for a total of 560,000 pounds of source. The entire place was silent. Everyone was stunned. The two of them had spent more than 1,000,000 pounds of source, which was flabbergasting. Whether it was the older generation, the chosen, or the other cultivators who could not enter the Heaven Stone Garden, all of them were alarmed. Cut the stone. Quick, cut it open and see what is inside. The first to break the silence was a group of old men. Their faces were red and their necks were thick. They waved their fists and shouted loudly. Yes, quickly cut the strange stone. I really want to see what kind of shocking immortal treasure is inside the stone. The others were infected, and they all shouted loudly. The stone garden was in an uproar. Cut the immortal graveyard first. Open the heaven ancient grave and see what is buried inside. We can cut the blood sacrificial altar first. This is a stone from the collapsed divine temple in the absolute beginning forbidden zone. Its origin is astonishing. Nangong Chi immediately smiled and said, since everyone is so eager to know, then let us open everyone's eyes first. He said that he needed the help of a few old friends. Even someone as powerful as him could not see through the stone by himself. The blood sacrificial altar's origin was astonishing. It came from the absolute beginning forbidden zone and was part of an altar in an ancient divine temple. It was completely blood-red and had a demonic nature. It was said that the altar was formed by 9 blood stones. The Yaoguang Holy Land cut 6 of them but did not get anything. They sent the smallest one to the stone square. At this moment, Nangong Chi and the other 3 grandmasters released divine light from their palms. Each of them had a brilliant divine wheel. Heavenly Source Wheel. No, it's the Heavenly Source Wheel. Oh my God, it's really the Heavenly Source Wheel. The 4 divine wheels merged into one and shone brightly. They shone on the blood sacrificial altar, making the inside of it clear. Oh my God, there's someone in the stone. There's a young girl. A peerless beauty that can topple a nation. The stone garden was in an uproar. Yi Fan's heart immediately sank. This was too unbelievable. Quick, go and invite the grandmasters. Invite several Saint Lord level characters from God's city and have them carve out unparalleled runes to suppress this stone. Some of the old antiques shouted and asked people to invite the grandmasters in the divine city. Chapter 374. The divine wheels of the 4 grandmasters merged into one, illuminating the sacrificial altar. The face of a young girl appeared within. It was vivid and lifelike, as if she was sleeping peacefully. Whoosh! The divine wheel of origin disappeared, and the strange stone dimmed. Everything became blurry and could no longer be seen. Why did the divine will disappear? We still haven't seen it clearly. Seniors, please continue. Let us take a closer look. That's right. It's too mysterious. We just took a look, and then it disappeared. Nangong Chi shook his head and said, the 4 of us are not the Yuan Taoist master. This is as far as we can go. The stone garden was in an uproar. People couldn't control their emotions. The scene just now was shocking. There was someone in the strange stone. It was like a fantasy. Although there had been such rumors, it was too long ago. People didn't believe it anymore. Now that they had seen it for themselves, no one could remain calm. More than 100,000 years ago, someone cut out a peerless beauty from the stone. In the end, all the Holy Lands worked together, but they couldn't stop her. She escaped. The past was too long ago. It was almost illusory. Nothing was more convincing and shocking than seeing it with their own eyes. None of the people in the Alcade Stone Workshop could laugh. This was a huge blow to them. Everything was really terrible. In the past, They had gone through untold hardships and exhausted all their efforts to move the collapsed ancient temple from the absolute beginning forbidden area. They had cut out 6 of the 9 bloodstones, but they still couldn't find any rare treasures. In the end, they put the smallest bloodstone, which was suspected to be a leftover piece, into the stone workshop to be auctioned. They didn't expect this trash to contain such a shocking treasure. The people in the Alcade realm were too hurt. They all had the urge to vomit blood. The elder guarding the Heaven Stone Garden couldn't calm down. His heart was in turmoil. Such a big event had shaken the entire divine city. They had to invite a divine master. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Not long after, the imperial uncle of the great Xia arrived. He was wearing golden armor and a crown with 9 dragons on his head. He walked like a dragon and looked extremely heroic. He was like a celestial emperor descending. The head of an ancestral dragon appeared above his head. This was a divine master. As soon as he arrived, everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but open a path for him. Whoosh! A light flashed, and another person silently appeared in the Heaven Series Stone Garden. The 3rd greatest bandit of the northern region, Su Tianxiong, had arrived. He was stronger than the Azure Flood Dragon King, a powerhouse. He was dressed in green clothes, and his appearance was thin. As he stood in the middle of the field, the people around him immediately quieted down. He had been in the divine city for the past few days, and it just so happened that he was here. Not long after, a tall figure flashed and appeared in the stone garden. It was the guardian of the Ji family's stone garden, the white-haired, jade-like old man. The older generation figures knew about this, but there wasn't a single one of the younger generation that wasn't shocked. They never expected him to be a great figure, guarding a corner of the stone garden. It truly was unexpected. Now that all sorts of experts had gathered at the Purple Mountain, it was already surprising that there were 3 holy lords in the divine city. The Crimson Dragon Daoist is also in the divine city. Go and invite him over. An old man suggested. However, almost no one said anything, as if they were extremely fearful of Daoist Crimson Dragon, not willing to involve him too much. I'll do it myself. Suddenly, without a sound, a person appeared in the field. He wore an ancient Daoist robe, and his withered body seemed to have been standing there for a long time. Many people trembled, including the older generation figures. Even the supreme elders of the Holy Lands couldn't help but take steps back. Even the great Xia's imperial uncle, Ji family's great figure, and the 3rd great bandit Su Tianxiong who surpassed the Green Flood Dragon King all felt restraining fear, maintaining a set distance from him. Yi Fan and Li Heishui looked at each other in dismay. This Crimson Dragon Daoist was far more terrifying than they had imagined, making even Holy Lord level figures feel uneasy. However, after thinking about it, they felt relieved. The Crimson Dragon Daoist had lived for 3,000 years, and he was half a generation older than all the Holy Lords. His strength was deep and immeasurable, and he could move unhindered through the eastern wasteland. That head is no different from a human's, so it's most likely an archaic king race or a holy spirit. The great Xia's imperial uncle spoke. The 3rd great bandit Su Tianxiong said, "We only saw a head, not the entire body. It might not be a living holy spirit or archaic king." The Ji family's great figure said, "We must be careful. We will carve the formation patterns first, and if it is a living archaic king, we will teleport her to the divine city's prison." Okay. The great Xia's imperial uncle nodded. At the scene, only the Crimson Dragon Daoist didn't say a word. He stood there quietly like a wooden stake. However, no one dared to say anything. The Ji family's great figure, Su Tianxiong, and the great Xia's imperial uncle worked together, laying out the profound jade and carving the formation patterns. They were serious and cautious. The divine city had a prison, and this was the first time many people had heard of it. However, seeing the 3 holy lords' focused expressions as they carved the patterns, they all felt that this prison was definitely not a small matter. Even though such a thing had happened, the stone gambling didn't stop. Yi Fan and Nangong Qi started cutting the stones. Many people were looking forward to it. Even though Holy Lord level figures had come, it didn't affect their mood at all. Instead, they became even more fervent. Cut open the strange stone, there will definitely be a shocking divine item appearing today. There is a peerless goddess in the blood sacrificial altar. What will be in the other stones? Will there be inconceivable existences in the immortal tomb? Everyone was very excited and wanted to witness a miracle. The stone garden was in an uproar, and even the great figures present were ignored. Kacha. Nangong Qi held the silver blade in his hand. His movements were skilled, like a dancing dragon. Silver light flickered as he cut the scorching sunstone. The actions of a great master-level figure were extraordinary. The blade in his hand had spirituality and a sense of beauty. It was like a sublimation of art, and the technique was close to the Tao. Clang! The blade's hum was like a dragon's roar. The silver blade returned to its scabbard, and he finished cutting the stone in a single breath. He took a few steps back and gently blew on it. The scorching sunstone fluttered like snowflakes and drifted down like dust. A small sun rushed out and hung in the air. Its radiance was boundless, illuminating the entire stone garden. No one could look straight at it. A divine source the size of a person's head. The first stone had produced such a world-shocking item. His blade technique was unparalleled, and he finished in a single breath without harming the divine source in the slightest. Inside and outside the stone garden, there was a clamor. No one could calm down. The people of the Alcade Stone Workshop were hurt in their hearts, lungs, and livers, their entire bodies were hurt. No one was more hurt than them. The first stone could earn back all of Nangong Qi's expenses. It was worth 500,000 kilograms of divine source. Unbelievable. A Genesis technique great master is worthy of respect. I might as well stop cultivating and become a disciple of a Genesis technique great master. With this skill, I will be able to dominate the world. Everyone was envious. A world-shocking divine source had been cut out while they were chatting. Many small and medium-sized sects could not match the value of this divine source even if they sold everything they had. Little friend, it's your turn. Nangong Qi smiled. Yi Fan's blade was not as skilled as his, but it was also very beautiful. It was very light and fleeting, as if he was playing a celestial song, displaying the rhythm of the great Tao. Suddenly, his body shook, and the blade in his hand almost split the wind cave stone. Just now, the dragon Qi had attacked him along the earth veins and almost touched the wind cave stone, causing it to collapse and injuring him. He snorted coldly and looked at Nangong Qi and the others. He saw that they were all smiling and did not say anything. Yi Fan laughed coldly in his heart and continued to cut the stone. However, several more dragon Qi rushed out from underground. They were thunderous and wanted to kill him. Seniors, you really think highly of me. He lowered his blade and fiercely stabbed it into the wind cave stone, into the earth veins. A huge dragon materialized and rushed towards the divine source stone opposite him. Nangong Qi and the others were shocked. They did not think that he would dare to attack so openly. If the head-sized divine source exploded, not to mention them, even more than half of the people present would die. It was worth 500,000 kilograms of pure divine source. The divine power it contained was unimaginable. It was enough to flatten the Alcade Stone Workshop and kill many cultivators. The four moved at the same time, cutting off the dragon and protecting the divine source. Junior, you are so brazen. Do you want to kill everyone? Nangong Qi shouted. I may be young, but I am open and aboveboard. This is a passive counterattack. You may be old, but you are too sinister and despicable. You want to take my life again and again. What face do you have to talk to me? Yi Fan was quite merciless and said such words in public. Life and death are the rules of our ancestors. There is no darkness or light. If one skill is inferior, only death awaits them. Nangong Chi sneered. Then don't blame me for being brazen. Yi Fan sneered. Ding! At this time, he put away his blade. Stone fragments fell like rain and floated in all directions. Rays of divine light shot out and competed with the sun. He cut open the wind cave stone and revealed a fist-sized divine source. It was extremely dazzling. Everyone cried out in surprise. Many of the older generation were even more dumbfounded. Ancient insect divine source. That's right, it is the rare spirit medicine, ancient insect divine source. In the fist-sized divine source, there were more than 40 small insects. They were only the size of a fingernail and all of them were golden and radiating with divine light. This ancient insect specializes in eating origin and can spit out origin essence. It is a peerless medicinal ingredient for refining all kinds of ancient pills. The so-called ancient pill referred to an ancient pill recipe that had miraculous effects but could not gather all the medicinal ingredients. Many of the spiritual items needed had long disappeared from the world. Heavens, they eat the divine source. These are all ancient insect kings. Their value is inestimable. This kind of ancient insect would become an insect king after eating the divine source. It could almost replace the medicinal ingredients needed for all kinds of ancient pill recipes. It was the rarest spiritual item under the divine medicine. Not far away, the divine silkworm struggled with all its might and wanted to rush over. Ji Ziyue grabbed its dragon-shaped tail and did not let it go. The little nun comforted it softly. Xiao Guai, don't move. That's not ours. They did not dare to release the divine silkworm. If the pure origin worth several 100,000 jin was swallowed by this little golden fairy, they would not be able to compensate for it. The little golden fairy was extremely wronged. Its eyes were brimming with tears as it silently pointed at Yi Fan's divine source and then pointed at itself. It complained to the little nun Loli and little moon, not forgetting that Yi Fan stole its divine source in the past. Even though this divine source is only the size of a fist, there are dozens of ancient insect kings. It is worth 300,000 jin of pure origin. A supreme elder from the Holy Land said. Hong. The inside and outside of the stone garden once again flared up. There really was a priceless treasure, and this was only the first stone material from both sides. Originally, many people were not optimistic about Yi Fan's chances. After all, a goddess might appear from the blood sacrificial altar, so most people believed that he would definitely lose. However, now, everyone changed their minds. Everything was possible. Yi Fan's origin technique was extremely astonishing. The first stone was able to suppress a Grandmaster-level character. Perhaps there was a world-shocking immortal treasure in the immortal tomb that was comparable to the archaic goddess. The faces of the people from the Alcade stone lane turned green. This result was hard for them to accept. They had suffered heavy losses today. After this battle, there would most likely be no more treasures in the Heaven Stone Garden. The rest would most likely become useless stones. This ancient insect's divine source is too valuable. We can use it to refine the life-continuing pill. A group of old men rushed forward with bloodshot eyes, as if they were about to start a fight. Many of them were close to the end of their lifespans. This kind of spiritual item was what they desired the most. Seniors, don't be anxious. It won't be too late to consider the ancient insect's divine source after the stone gambling battle. Yi Fan smiled. You're right. Now is not the time to fight. Let's not damage the harmony. We'll talk about it after the Genesis technique battle. The group of old men who did not have much lifespan left slowly calmed down. The saints and saintesses were shocked. Genesis technique masters seemed to have more prospects than them. Even the powerful figures of the older generation wanted to ask for help. Little brother Gu Feng, you're already comparable to a grandmaster at such a young age. In the future, you will definitely become the Yuan Taoist master. Sweet sound secretly transmitted her voice. Yi Fan did not know if she was also complimenting the Genesis technique families. He smiled and nodded in response. However, the moment he turned around, his expression froze. The saintesses were right in front of him. He also saw the heavenly secret. There were definitely two or more beauties more alluring than one. The saintesses stood in front of him. They were snow-white and sparkling. It was too much for his eyes to take in. Out of politeness, he could not turn around immediately. The saints and saintesses were all smiling at him, expressing their goodwill. They had a feeling that this young man might really become the Yuan Taoist master. Such an extraordinary person was courteous to all the sacred grounds. In the future, there would be many things they would need to ask of him. Yi Fan could accept the saint's smiles. However, the saintess's smiles made his heart pound. Any normal man would not be able to stay calm in front of several peerless beauties. He unexpectedly found that the Jade Lake Saintess was very special. This time, he did not see through her clothes. He was very surprised. Her close-fitting silk clothes were hazy. It was obviously a divine item. A cold snort sounded in his ears. He sharply sensed that it was the Saintess of Jade Lake. She was very dissatisfied. She seemed to be thinking about what happened 3 days ago. Yi Fan turned around and faced Nangong Qi and the others again. So what if the ancient insect god source is precious? Even if you cut it, it can only be left for the winner. A young disciple of the Genesis technique ancient family sneered. That's right. We can use it to refine a furnace of ancient pills to improve our cultivation. Another young disciple laughed. You can be cocky when you really beat us. Li Heishui sneered. However, he was very uncertain. He still could not believe that there was a peerless goddess in the blood sacrificial altar. There's no point in talking. Let's continue cutting the stone. Yi Fan said. Yes, let's cut the stone and decide the winner. We want to see what's inside the immortal tomb. The surrounding people all shouted like this. They were looking forward to the birth of the immortal treasure. Nangong Qi once again displayed his beautiful blade technique. His silver blade danced like a dragon and a phoenix. In just a few breaths, he had cut open the second stone the size of a house. With a wave of his sleeve, stone fragments filled the sky and rustled down. Only a piece of God source floated in the air, glaring with divine light. It was slightly larger than a human head. There was actually a head inside. The God source barely wrapped it up. Heavens, a human head. Everyone cried out in surprise. It's no different from a human. It must be an archaic royal family. Many people cried out involuntarily. There had always been rumors that the God source contained a corpse. However, apart from Yi Fan who had seen it in the Purple Mountain and the nest of 10,000 dragons, not many people in this world had seen it. Naturally, they were shocked. The value of an archaic royal family's head is inestimable. A supreme elder from a holy land cried out in surprise. Even the Ji clan's expert, the third bandit Su Tianxiong, and the great Xia imperial uncle, who were carving Dao patterns on the side, were alarmed. They stopped and walked over with large strides. It really is the head of an archaic royal family. This head belonged to a middle-aged man. His long purple hair was extremely thick, and his skin was bronze. His face was like a knife, and his eyes were closed. His neck had been cut off cleanly by a sharp blade. It was definitely not a natural death. It's extremely useful for researching the archaic races and their weaknesses. It's too rare. Since ancient times, only a few upper-level royal corpses have been obtained. It's truly rare. The others were shaken by the evaluation of a divine lord. It was obvious that this head was exceptionally precious. Gotcha. At this time, Yifan cut open the second wondrous stone, the devil fetus. This devil fetus, which was rumored to be able to absorb the essence of the sun and moon and contained a holy spirit, was a popular wondrous stone in the early years. However, ever since an origin technique grandmaster rejected it, its value plummeted, and its price dropped several times. Now, it was worth 120,000 kilograms of origin source. If no one showed interest in it, its price might continue to drop. At this moment, it was finally cut open. Bang! Yifan shook slightly. Stone fragments flew off, and purple divine radiance soared into the sky. Astonishing spirit energy overflowed in all directions. This time, even the Crimson Dragon Daoist was alarmed and came over in an instant. As he approached, the group of old men who were about to rush over stopped in their tracks. Even the other three Divine Lord-level characters maintained a certain distance. They seemed to be avoiding the vicious beasts of the Great Desolate Era and were afraid of being attacked by the Crimson Dragon Daoist. His terrifying might was evident. This was a bowl-sized divine source. It should have been golden in color, but it contained a rare treasure that dyed it purple and made it resplendent. It released wisps of purple mist. The spiritual essence was dense, and there was a wave of divine aura. It was as if it could purify one's body and mind, cleansing one's soul and flesh. Many people had this type of feeling. They were all stunned, and their eyes released divine light as they looked towards this divine source, wanting to see what exactly was inside. Powerful life fluctuations. That's right, there is an incomparable divine aura. What exactly is this? There is a living creature inside. Everyone became anxious. They discovered that it was difficult to truly see through it. Purple splendor flickered inside, and radiance rushed into the heavens. They could only vaguely see a void figure. This is a Qilin. Great Xia's imperial uncle's face was full of shock. He saw the life form inside the divine source. Ji family's great expert was also stupefied. That's right, a purple Qilin. The Crimson Dragon Daoist was abnormally excited. He appeared at Yifan's side and stared rigidly at the divine source that was the size of a bowl. At this time, the multicolored light of the divine source was restrained, and it began to absorb the essence of heaven and earth as well as the essence of the sun and moon. The others finally saw the life form inside, and they were all shocked. Heavens, it really is a Qilin. This is too heaven-defying. How could there be this type of creature? This is an existence on par with true dragons and immortals. However, it's just too small, right? It's not even the size of an infant's fist. The clamor in the stone garden shook the heavens. No one could calm down. Since ancient times, no one could say anything about immortals. This was also the case for immortal spirits. Many people speculated that true dragons didn't exist, and that there were only flood dragons that looked like them. Meanwhile, Qilin could also be deduced from this. It really is too small. Could it be that this is a young true Qilin that was born in the archaic era? The divine aura was extremely strong, making everyone in the stone garden feel as if they received a baptism, as if they were purified. This isn't a Qilin, but a seed. The Crimson Dragon Daoist suddenly spoke, but he didn't reveal any disappointment. On the contrary, he became even more excited. Chapter 375. A seed? Yifan's fingers became a sparkling purple as he gently raised the purple divine crystal. He was baptized by a wave of divine power, and his entire body was covered in a layer of purple mist. The Crimson Dragon Daoist was extremely excited. His eyes flickered with scarlet radiance as he stared at this world-shocking precious crystal. His voice was weak and only attracted a few people's attention. Within the Heaven Stone Garden, there was a hubbub of voices. The clamor shook the heavens. Everyone found it difficult to control their emotions. What they saw was too miraculous. It was actually a purple qilin. Even though the purple qilin within the divine crystal was small, not even the size of an infant's fist, it possessed an incomparable vitality. It was devouring the essence of the sun and moon. Endless spiritual energy was drawn over. Every time it inhaled and exhaled, it was like a surging tide. It made everyone present feel as if they were baptized and their bodies became calm and peaceful. All of this was incomparably miraculous. Everyone knew that this was a peerless immortal treasure with inestimable value. Purple qilin, there really is one in this world. An existence on the same level as immortals, yet it seems to be in a dream. This is too inconceivable. It is an immortal spirit born from the intersection of heaven and earth. It originated from the archaic era, or even the ancient era of the underworld. It has only appeared today. Everyone was excited and no one could remain calm. If the Crimson Dragon Daoist wasn't standing there, a bloody battle might have already broken out. Despite this being the case, the group of messy old men seemed to have eaten aphrodisiacs. They squeezed forward with red eyes, including the supreme elders of the various holy lands. As for the holy sons and daughters, even those as powerful as them couldn't compare to their own supreme elders and great demons. They were all disheveled. The younger generation was almost squeezed out, causing the holy daughters to frown. The Ji clan's little moon and the great Xia's little nun cried out loudly, protesting against the older generation. It was extremely hurtful. This was the truest portrayal of the light-shaking realm's people. The heaven-defying purple qilin had appeared, and those guarding the stone garden had the urge to slit their own throats. The wondrous, demonic embryo had been placed in the stone garden for who knew how many years and had always been treated as a half-useless stone. In the end, it actually produced such a shocking immortal treasure. This old one represents the 10,000 Tribulation sect, to buy this wondrous treasure. 10,000 Tribulation sect is amazing. This old man represents the Yin-Yang sect to sincerely buy this immortal treasure. Can you afford it? Do you know how valuable the purple qilin is? Immediately, a grand elder of a holy land sneered. We can't afford it, but can you afford it? The old undyings of the big sects weren't afraid of the supreme elders of the holy lands and coldly rebuked them. The group of old men had the urge to fight. All of them were extremely excited and didn't look old at all. They were even more energetic than the young saints. Little Moon of the Ji family and the little nun in white are holding the restless divine silkworm, crying out again and again, protesting that the elders are stepping on their little feet. Okay, stop fighting. Ji family's expert said. His voice wasn't loud but it made everyone quiet down. He was tall and stalwart. His silver hair was like snow and his skin was like white jade. He was a true holy master-level character. No one dared to ignore his words. The Red Dragon Daoist snorted coldly and said, "What's there to fight about?" He put his hands behind his back and swept his gaze over everyone present. Everywhere his gaze passed, everyone shivered. No one dared to retort. This kind of super terrifying character dared to openly kill the wavering light holy master and even dared to stay in the god city. This was enough to explain everything. Even the Ji family's expert, the third great bandit Su Tianxiong, and the central state great Xia's imperial uncle respected him and kept a safe distance. This seed. My great Xia wants to fight for it. The central state great Xia's imperial uncle took a step forward. Even if he was afraid of the Red Dragon Daoist, he definitely couldn't let go of this divine object. It was abnormally precious and worth getting their hands on. Even if there was danger, they had to fight for it. My Ji family is also willing to pay a sky-high price to buy it. The Ji family's expert said resolutely. Only Su Tianxiong didn't say anything. Even though he dared to challenge the Holy Lands, he couldn't fight over it right now. In terms of methods, he was afraid of the Red Dragon Daoist, but in terms of wealth, he couldn't compare to the other two. There was no need to talk about the others. Their hearts were ice cold. No matter how precious this purple immortal Kylan was, it wasn't their turn to make a move. Why is it a seed? Many people didn't understand and were flabbergasted. Why is it a seed? Isn't it a little Qilin beast? The white-clothed nun finally got close to the great Xia imperial uncle. No one dared to push her anymore. She muttered in a small voice. Qilins are the same as immortals, no one can say for sure whether they exist or not. Even if they do, they won't descend into the mortal world, we can't see them. The great Xia imperial uncle doted on the white-clothed little Lolita a lot and explained softly. Grandfather, what exactly is it? Ji Ziyue acted coquettishly and shook the Ji family's expert's arm. She wasn't afraid of him at all. This is the seed of a divine medicine, the world's most precious divine object. The Ji family expert replied. The seed of the archaic Qilin divine medicine. Yi Fan had seen the true dragon divine medicine in the nest of 10,000 dragons, so he could naturally deduce what the Qilin divine medicine looked like. Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect it to be like this. How could a seed take the shape of a Qilin and have such powerful life fluctuations? In Yi Fan's hands, the little Qilin within the purple divine crystal was vivid and lifelike. Its body was covered in dragon scales, as if it was treading on water. It had a dragon head, antlers, lion eyes, tiger back, bear waist, and on its back, there was a diagram that looked like a type of heavenly Tao divine pattern. It was extremely profound. The legends are true. An older generation figure muttered to himself. Divine medicines were extremely rare. Even in the archaic era, there weren't many of them. They could allow unrivaled experts whose lifespans had dried up to obtain a chance at new life. That was why they were revered as the world's most precious divine objects. Almost every single divine medicine was unique, and it was extremely difficult to find a second one. From this, one could see just how precious and divine they were. Every single divine medicine almost couldn't reproduce. They were unique, and if they were destroyed, then it meant that they would forever be erased from this world. That was why they were called supreme divine goods. This was also the reason why there were no traces of them now, and why divine medicines were completely extinct. They can't reproduce, so why is there still a seed like this? Someone was confused and muttered softly. It's a unique divine medicine that underwent rebirth on its own. An elder explained. Archaic divine medicines were unmatched, all of them intelligent. When they were destroyed, they could escape, fly into the sky and escape into the earth. What was even more miraculous was that they would undergo rebirth as well. Their bodies would condense, turning into a seed, and then tear through the sky to choose a more suitable immortal earth. This is an archaic divine medicine seed that underwent rebirth? Everyone here was stupefied. Everything inside and outside of the stone garden was quiet to the point where even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was extremely shocked. Divine medicines had another name, undying medicine. They had heaven-defying power that could bring the dead back to life, and they themselves were almost undying as well. At this moment, everyone understood just how precious it was. For the Holy Lands, it was definitely a priceless divine object. This seed possessed incomparably powerful life fluctuations, proving that it was full of vitality and could definitely be planted. The Holy Land's inheritances hadn't decayed for more than 100,000 years, so they could definitely wait to nurture a stock of divine medicine. Even if it only matured once every few thousand years, it was still enough. Every few thousand years, a divine medicine would be picked, and after accumulating a few times, it would continuously extend the lives of those who had hopes of becoming a great emperor. Who knows, they might even be able to produce a great emperor. When they thought of this result, how could the Holy Land's people's eyes not turn red? This was an unmatched divine object. Yi Fan had cut out a damaged humanoid archaic divine medicine. Even though it had roots, without the divine spring's water, there was no way it could survive. Forget about how damaged it was, even if it was in perfect condition, if it couldn't survive, it still couldn't compare to this Qilin seed that had life. Right now, there was no need for anyone to say anything. Everyone knew that this seed was far more precious than the archaic king's head. This was especially true for the Holy Lands, because it was an immortal treasure that was worth fighting over. Moreover, just the seed itself was a treasure that could extend one's life. It was because it was formed from a divine medicine's rebirth, so it retained the essence of endless undying matter. Everyone's eyes became red. Fortunately, the Crimson Dragon Daoist was standing at Yifan's side, or else his life would be in danger. The highest bidder wins. This is the fairest way. The Ji family's great elder spoke. The Holy Land's people agreed. They didn't have any experts here, so they could only fight for it with their wealth. Otherwise, a single Su Tianxiong would be enough to slaughter everyone here. The Crimson Dragon Daoist spoke, "I know what you all mean. Do you want to exclude me?" His voice was calm, but it made everyone's hearts jump. He continued, "Ancient great emperors aren't created from piles of divine medicines. If they can't comprehend it themselves, it would be useless even if they were given 9 reincarnations." The divine medicine seed was shaped like a Qilin, and there were Dao patterns on its back like a heavenly diagram. It was extremely mysterious and indescribably miraculous. At this moment, it continuously absorbed the essence of the sun and moon as if it was being reborn. It breathed in and out essence energy, rising and falling like ocean waves, bathing everyone in the stone garden in a divine aura. Yifan held the Qilin seed. Its entire body became a sparkling and translucent purple like jade. He really didn't want to sell it and hoped to keep it in his hands. "Let's not fight for now. Let's hurry up and finish the formation runes. If a goddess jumps out of the blood sacrificial altar, it will be a disaster." The Ji clan's almighty suggested to carve the formation runes just in case. As for the Qilin divine medicine seed, they could discuss it after the stone gambling ended. "Little Yifan, we can't keep this seed." Li Heishui secretly transmitted his voice, constantly complaining and speechless. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Yifan was obviously different. First, he cut out the ancient insect god source, then he cut out the Qilin divine medicine seed, suppressing an origin technique grandmaster. Even the proud and arrogant saints and saintesses were expressing goodwill and extending an olive branch, let alone the others. The future Yuan Taoist master. Many people had already given him this label. To be able to suppress an origin technique grandmaster at such a young age, his future achievements were limitless, and it was very likely that he would become a genius of his generation. Even the gazes of the few saint lords were somewhat different when they glanced at him. "Continue cutting the stones," Nangong Qi said expressionlessly. "So what if you cut out the divine medicine seed? Can you compare to the goddess? In the end, you are still going to lose to us." The few youngsters from the ancient origin technique families were very unconvinced and sneered in a low voice. "Humph, cut it. Let's congratulate him for cutting out an even more precious holy item from the immortal tomb. That way, our harvest will be even more abundant." They were confident that they could cut out the goddess and witness a miracle in the history of origin techniques. They didn't believe that there was anything more precious than this in the world. "Then open your eyes and watch us cut out an immortal from the immortal tomb." Li Heishui was stubborn, but in fact, he was very guilty. Chapter 376. Yifan arrived in front of the immortal tomb and carefully examined it. With a swoosh, a silver light flashed and he was about to swing the spirit blade. Suddenly, a great sense of danger appeared in his heart. A bone-chilling aura enveloped his body. He flew back like lightning with the immortal tomb. But nothing appeared. There was no danger and nothing unusual. Everything was quiet as usual. "What's wrong, little Yi?" Li Heishui transmitted with a nervous expression. "Nothing." Yifan shook his head and prepared to cut the stone again. Buzz. Yifan's eyes flickered with a purple light. His heaven origin divine instinct was alerted once again. He felt the threat of death looming over him once more. He moved lightly like an immortal and flashed to the side. What was going on? He was bewildered. Did those old things want to kill him? But he didn't feel any draconic energy rushing over. There were no earth veins or any openings. What are you doing? Dancing with the immortal tomb? What a joke, a young disciple from an ancient Genesis technique family mocked. Another disciple from a Genesis technique clan laughed heartily, mocking in front of everyone, why aren't you cutting the stone? It's like you're dancing with your grave, isn't it? Close your two rags tightly. Don't spit out anything. Li Heishui scolded. His words were equally annoying. You don't know what's good for you. Who can you blame for carrying a stone tomb? Yi Fan ignored them. He stared at the immortal tomb and seriously pondered. Could it be that there was something inside that was releasing a terrifying killing intent that made him feel alarmed? When he thought of this problem, he shuddered. This was an extremely serious consequence. Could it be that there were living creatures in the immortal tomb? Moreover, it had already awakened and completely recovered? If so, there would most likely be a bloodbath, and he would be the first to bear the brunt. Was it really that serious? Yi Fan placed the immortal tomb on the ground and carefully examined it with his origin divine instinct. To his surprise, there was no killing intent overflowing from inside. Instead, there were wisps of sacred aura circulating. At this time, a cloud floated past, blocking the sun and casting a shadow. He suddenly became vigilant and thought of something. Yi Fan raised his head and looked in the opposite direction. Nangong Qi and the other three old fellows were standing with their hands behind their backs. They had smiles on their faces and were staring at him motionlessly. Too vicious. Yi Fan's expression was very ugly, and it immediately sank. The other party had attacked him several times with the intention of exterminating him. He had only passively defended himself a few times, but they had become even more aggressive. If he hadn't learned the Origin Heaven book, possessed powerful Genesis techniques, and knew many ancient secret arts, as well as that flash of inspiration earlier, he would likely not even know how he had died. Nangong Qi and the others did not use dragon Qi or earth veins. Instead, they used their aura to kill. This was an unparalleled secret technique of Genesis techniques that killed without leaving a trace. They were very particular about where they stood. They sealed the Heaven Stone Gardens, heavenly power, and terrain. There were many strange stones here, so naturally, they were not weaker than the natural dragon vein's great power. The four of them used an ancient Genesis technique to guide the dragon vein's great power, preparing to launch a thunderous attack that would turn him into a pool of blood without him realizing it. Yi Fan was really angry. The four of them were very skilled in Genesis techniques, and even knew such a secret technique. However, their attacks were too vicious, and they had repeatedly tried to harm him. Can you do it or not? Admit defeat if you don't cut the immortal tomb. The young disciples of the ancient Genesis technique clan sneered and stared at Yi Fan with ridicule. Don't you think it's funny that you're walking back and forth, not daring to cut open the ancient tomb? Your clan's old man wants to kill me. How do you expect me to cut it? Yi Fan directly pointed out the reason in front of everyone. Moreover, he suddenly strode forward, quickly walking to a few key locations in the stone garden, and continuously triggered the great power of the dragon vein. The expressions of Nangong Qi and the others immediately changed. The four old fellows quickly left their original positions, and at the same time shouted to the nearby disciples, "Retreat!" Pooh! The expression of a Genesis technique disciple who was sneering at Yi Fan suddenly froze. His organs had been turned into a pool of blood by the great power of the dragon vein. Although his external organs were unharmed, his vitality was gone, and he fell to the ground. Uproar! An uproar broke out inside and outside the stone garden. A Genesis technique could kill someone without them noticing. It was so terrifying. You're not the only ones who know ancient Genesis techniques. I also know them. If you want to kill someone, I'll play with you. Yi Fan showed no fear. He faced Nangong Qi and the others and said, "Do you still want to continue? I'll play with you to the end. I also have a great killing technique that I haven't used yet." The onlookers all retreated. A battle between Genesis technique masters was so terrifying that it could take someone's life unknowingly. People finally understood why even the great sage was helpless against the Yuan Taoist master when he dominated the world. Even if he didn't know the orthodox cultivation method, he still had astonishing means. The surviving disciples of the Genesis technique ancient clan rapidly retreated with pale faces. Nangong Qi and the others' expressions were ugly and cold. They didn't say anything. You four old things joined hands to deal with Gu Feng. Don't you have any shame? Li Heishui said angrily. It doesn't matter. They can use all their means. I'll take them on. Yi Fan was very calm. He looked disdainfully at the four Genesis technique masters. Everyone was shocked. The young Genesis technique master had suppressed the Genesis technique clan. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Fan didn't continue to cut the immortal tomb. Instead, he began to arrange in the jade bamboo forest. For everyone's safety, I'll isolate a pure land. There was life and death in a Genesis technique battle. The disciples of the ancient clan had long threatened to trample Yi Fan to death in the battle. Only now did everyone believe that it wasn't a provocation. At this moment, the Ji clan, Su Tianxiong and the great Xia emperor had finished carving the formation runes and placed the blood sacrificial altar in the center. You can cut the stone. Red Dragon gestured to Nangong Qi. Okay, then let me cut the stone first. Nangong Qi walked forward, but he didn't get close. Instead, he prepared to attack from a distance. The four grandmasters had already sensed that there was a goddess inside. He didn't want to be killed after waking her up. Is this formation rune stable? Some of the older generation felt uneasy. If the far ancient imperial family came out, it was very likely that there would be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The other runes might not work, but this rune is enough. This is the Tao rune law of the divine city's heavenly prison. It can detain all experts, a supreme elder of a sacred land said. The divine city existed with the world and could be traced back to the earliest human era. No one knew its true origin. The heavenly prison it possessed was unimaginable. Even top experts would find it difficult to escape if they were trapped inside. Therefore, the three holy masters weren't too worried. Kacha. Nangong Qi waved his blade in the air. The silver light was like a waterfall, dancing in the air. It was very agile, like a dancing dragon. And at this moment, a strong aura rushed out. Even those who didn't understand Genesis techniques felt their hearts palpitate. They felt a pressure. The aura of the absolute beginning. Any cultivator who had some understanding of origin stones knew that this was the unique aura of the absolute beginning. It was many times stronger than what they had seen in the past. People even suspected that this stone came from the origin ancient mine. Stone fragments rustled down. The horrifying aura became stronger and stronger. Many people couldn't help but tremble, as if they were already inside the absolute beginning forbidden land. It's just a stone, so why is it giving off such a terrifying feeling? Could it really be a bloodstone that flowed out from the origin ancient mine? Many of the older generation asked the people from the Alcade Stone Square how far the divine temple was from the origin ancient mine and how they transported the blood sacrificial altar. The people from the Alcade Stone Square all had numb expressions. No one replied. They had cut open 6 pieces of bloodstone and hadn't obtained anything. They didn't think that this leftover material would bring out the goddess. Put on. A large piece of stone fell to the ground. A third of the blood sacrificial altar had been cut open. Unknowingly, an incomparably dense killing intent seeped out from the stone. The creature inside was not like a goddess, but rather like a peerless demon. People couldn't help but tremble. Many people with weaker cultivations were scared witless. Back off. It's better not to watch this kind of show. Many people were alarmed and chose to retreat. There were even some people who directly left the stone garden, not daring to stay any longer. This isn't some world-shocking treasure. If an archaic king appeared, there would be millions of corpses and rivers of blood. Preserving one's life is the most important thing. There were some people who were extremely cautious. They resisted their curiosity and impulsiveness and truly left. However, most people didn't leave. They wanted to personally witness a miracle. They had confidence in the divine city's heavenly prison and the methods of the divine masters. Pung! Another large piece of stone fell here. A bone-piercing killing intent rushed out, making everyone shiver from head to toe. They couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, even Nangong Chi's blade felt sluggish. He also developed a sense of fear. The killing intent had already seeped into his bones. Gotcha. This time, his blade wasn't steady, and a thick layer of stone fell off. A heaven-shocking killing intent rushed out. Nangong Chi staggered backwards, almost sitting on the ground. Outside, many people's calves and stomachs cramped. Many people with weaker cultivations couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground. No one laughed because everyone was enveloped by the killing intent. Cold air rose from their bodies, and even the fine hairs on their bodies stood up. Gotcha. It wasn't Nangong Chi who attacked, but the blood sacrificial altar itself. A piece of stone fell off, and a crazy killing intent surged out like a tsunami. It made the heaven and earth tremble. A rusty spear. An archaic war spear. It was incomparably oppressive. Many people were trembling and extremely nervous. They retreated, and there were even some people who fell to the ground with goosebumps all over their bodies. There was a spear within the stone that was scarlet like blood. It was covered in rust and seemed to be on the verge of decay. However, it was incomparably awe-inspiring and possessed a heaven-shocking killing intent. The aura that made people tremble and the source of fear all originated from it. The blood-stained spear represented destruction and death. It wasn't sharp and had no luster. The passage of time had almost obliterated it, but its killing intent didn't diminish. Its body was about to decay, but the endless killing intent would never disappear. It contained an aura that made the heaven and earth tremble. This is a peerless vicious weapon. It must have killed unimaginable existences. The expressions of several holy master-level figures were heavy as they spoke. This spear must have pierced through the body of a peerless existence and dyed this vicious weapon with blood. It must have left behind the unparalleled killing intent of the past. Was the goddess within the stone going to appear with a peerless vicious weapon? When they thought of this question, many people began to tremble. Endless fear shrouded their hearts, and they trembled as they retreated. Nangong Chi calmed himself down. After a long time, he walked forward again. However, one could see that the silver blade he took out was trembling. Pooh! Suddenly, as soon as the snow-white blade approached the spear, it broke apart inch by inch and turned into powder. The shocking killing intent crushed it to pieces. Just what kind of existence's blood had this almost decayed spear been soaked in? Countless years had passed, yet there was still this kind of killing intent that made one tremble. Let me do it. The Ji family's great elder walked forward. He grabbed another silver blade and slashed through the air. Stone powder fell down. He didn't touch the scarlet blood spear and left that area. He wanted to cut out the other parts of the goddess and not let this peerless vicious weapon appear in the world too early. Gotcha. The stone skin continuously fell off as a holy aura filled the air. A gentle radiance rushed out, rippling with an extremely divine and auspicious power. What kind of source is this? It's silver and dazzling like starlight, but also like moonlight. A few older generation figures were astonished. It's cut out. It's a goddess. There really is a goddess within. Many people were shocked. Archaic king, it must be an archaic king. The supreme elders of the Holy Lands were all shocked. Let's see what you will use to bet. The disciples of the Genesis technique aristocratic families were both fearful and excited. They coldly smiled as they stared at Yifan and Li Heishui. Chapter 377. No one knew what kind of origin this was. Almost no one could recognize it, not even Yifan or Nangong Qi. It wasn't all that dazzling, as if it was forged from the stars in the sky. It also seemed like the divine splendor of the moon had gathered together, gentle and hazy. It was sparkling and sparkling, attracting everyone's attention. The moment they saw it, they would feel that it was different from the masses and definitely not inferior to the divine origin. There was a pure and holy power circulating within. However, the mysterious origin seed wasn't the most attractive. The goddess inside was the focal point. Everyone's eyes were focused on this place. Cries of alarm first sounded within the stone garden, and then a deathly silence ensued. Soon after, a tsunami-like clamor resounded. Everyone was stunned. At this moment of witnessing a miracle, no one could remain calm. A goddess was cut out from the stone. It was like a fantasy story, recreating a rumor from more than 100,000 years ago. Within the crystalline origin stone that looked like moonlight, there was a delicate and pretty face. It was extremely peaceful, as if she was sleeping soundly and not moving at all. Her purple hair was smooth and bright, covering half of her immortal face. However, it was difficult to hide her stunning beauty. Her skin was exceptionally sparkling and white. It was as if it was carved from fine jade and not flesh. It gave people a dreamy feeling, making them feel as if this was a masterpiece of the heavens and not a product of flesh and blood. Everyone was stupefied. They were sure that this wasn't an illusion and that the goddess really came out. The strange origin seed that seemed to have been forged from stars emitted a divine power that diluted the blood-colored spear's killing intent. It made everyone feel a comfortable aura. Is this real? Why do I feel like this is all an illusion? A lively young lady, an archaic king. She was definitely an archaic king, because in that era, there were almost no creatures that looked exactly like humans. However, those that did were definitely from the royal race. Everyone noticed that this exceptional immortal face wasn't that old and even seemed a bit tender. She couldn't have exceeded 16 or 17 years of age. Was it her that wielded the exceptional spear and killed unimaginable existences? When they thought of this question, everyone's hearts trembled. The young lady looked peaceful and quiet, but that might not be her true age and state. Perhaps she was an exceptional king. In the crowd, Little Moon of the Ji family and the little nun in white grabbed the divine silkworm tightly. The little golden fairy was nervous and struggled fiercely, wanting to rush over. The Ji family's great expert's heart was as firm as steel. He didn't waver in the slightest. The silver blade in his hand slashed through the air. Stone powder flew everywhere and continuously fell. In almost an instant, he had cut out half of the origin stone. Half of the goddess's body was faintly discernible. She was wearing a golden dress, and her skin was as white as ivory. The mighty cultivators of Ji family had always been avoiding that peerless weapon. They didn't carve the stones around the blood-colored spear, they didn't want it to appear too early. Finally, almost all of the large origin stones had been cut out. Only the left side of the young maiden's body was not revealed, and there was a blood-colored spear there. Gotcha. In the end, Ji family's supreme expert still made his move. Rocks collapsed and continuously fell onto the ground, cutting off a large half of the exceptional spear. Boom! The shocking killing intent rose and fell like the tide. Everyone present felt as if they had fallen into purgatory. After a section of the almost decayed spear was revealed, many people couldn't endure it anymore. It was as if a peerless demon lord with an aura that could devour mountains and rivers had appeared. This was a type of intimidation that originated from the soul. It was grandiose and majestic, as if it was surging over from the 9 heavens and 9 hells at the same time. Plop. Many people couldn't endure it any longer. The killing intent seeped into their bones, and they fell weakly onto the ground. Their hearts were terrified to the extreme as they screamed and screamed. The peerless vicious weapon's form could be decayed, but its killing intent wouldn't be extinguished. Quickly retreat. Many cultivators trembled in fear as they retreated. Many of the older generation figures felt their hair stand on end. Ding! The silver blade rang out lightly. Ji family's supreme expert moved the blade as if it was flying, continuously cutting off the stone skin around the bloody spear. It was about to completely reveal itself. At this time, everyone sharply sensed that something was wrong. The rusty spear didn't seem to be held in the young maiden's hands. Something's wrong, something's completely wrong. This doesn't seem to be the goddess weapon. The archaic king seemed to have been pierced through by a peerless vicious weapon. Everyone discovered this fact with shock. It looked like the young maiden's spear, but it wasn't like that. The ancient spear seemed to have pierced through her chest and nailed her in place. Kacha. With a final light sound, several hundred jin of rocks fell down, and the rare treasure hidden within the blood sacrificial altar was revealed. This was a magical source that was close to 2 meters tall. It floated in midair and didn't sink down. It had the same characteristics as a divine source, and a pure and holy power was flowing within it. A purple-haired young maiden was sealed inside. She had an exceptional celestial appearance, and she didn't move at all as if she was sleeping soundly. However, everyone let out a sigh. An exceptional divine spear pierced through the magical source, and the tip of the spear was revealed. It nailed the young maiden and pierced through her heart. No one expected this kind of result. An archaic king was killed just like that. It truly made everyone feel shocked. As for how powerful the archaic king was, no one knew. Some people guessed that she was on par with the great emperor, and that she was unrivaled under the heavens. Too much time had passed, and even the Holy Lands couldn't fight against the archaic races. It was because there was an era in between, and there was a vacuum period. As for how powerful they were, no one could say for sure, and no one could go back to the archaic era to verify it. The archaic king that could make heaven and earth tremble, how did it get pierced through? An unrivaled existence under the heavens, why was she nailed to death by an exceptional vicious weapon? Even people like the Crimson Dragon Daoist and the Great Xia Imperial Uncle were in a daze. Everyone was horrified as they watched from afar. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to endure that kind of killing intent. The tip of the spear was awe-inspiring, and as it pressed over, everyone almost fell to the ground. Woo-woo, suddenly, a sorrowful cry rang out. It was extremely tender, but it was incomparably sorrowful. The divine silkworm immediately broke away from Ji Ziyue and the little nun, and rushed to the magical source that was floating in midair. Old ancestor, don't hurt it. Ji family's little moon transmitted. Ji family's almighty figure didn't stop it, and only stood there and watched silently. The divine silkworm wasn't frightened by the spear's killing intent. It directly threw itself onto the magical source and cried loudly, and its tears rolled down in pairs. Even the little nun lowly in white was hearing the divine silkworm's voice for the first time. Normally, it didn't make any sounds, and only moved. She even thought that it was a little mute. However, at this moment, it was sorrowful, and its big bright eyes were filled with tears. It wailed loudly and stretched out a little claw to continuously caress the young lady's face. But, how could she come back to life? She had long been nailed there, and it was unknown how many years she had fallen. Xiao Guai, don't cry. The little nun in white persuaded gently, but she couldn't walk over. She couldn't endure the murderous weapon's killing intent. Little pitiful girl, don't cry. I'm feeling terrible. Ji family's little moon also spoke. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that the little golden fairy knew that young lady? Seeing it so sorrowful, and crying so hard, everyone's heart trembled. Could it be that there was an ancient past between them? This really made everyone shocked. The little golden fairy cried incomparably sorrowfully, and it almost fainted. It trembled as it reached out its little golden claw, caressing the young lady's face again and again. The young and tender cries made everyone's heart hurt. It seemed to be repeating a syllable. That was an archaic sound, and no one could understand it. However, everyone guessed that it might be that young lady's name. The little golden fairy cried endlessly, muttering that name again and again as tears flowed down. Everyone was moved. They didn't expect this little thing to be so sentimental, so sorrowful. They couldn't help but think of all kinds of scenes. In that archaic era, the great earth was full of vitality. Hundreds of races stood in great numbers, and many kings rose up together. A carefree young lady, even though she was a king, was ignorant of the affairs of the world. She depended on the little golden creature for survival, chasing and playing under the night moon. Unfortunately, one day, she encountered other kings and died in battle in that era, leaving this little golden fairy alone to live until the present world. The young and tender cries, the cries were incomparably sorrowful. The little golden creature stuck to the crystal and cried sadly. However, when it called out that name, it was very gentle. It used its little golden claw to carefully caress the young lady's face, as if it was afraid of waking her up. Many things in the past never came back, let alone the past of the archaic era. As for what kind of story they had, no one knew. Tears continuously flowed from the divine silkworm's large eyes. After a long time, the cries became softer and finally disappeared. It cried so hard that it fainted. Ji family's expert carried this little thing and sent it in front of Ji Ziyue and the little nun. Poor little Guai. The two young ladies also felt sad. The divine silkworm could transform 9 times, looking down on the world and the world. However, with each transformation, it had to forget everything in the past. Maybe one day, it would forget everything. It wouldn't even remember that there was a young lady in the archaic era who had a period of time that it shouldn't forget. This is too inconceivable. How could the divine silkworm know this archaic king? How could there be such a coincidence? Nothing is impossible. The fact that it could revive in the present is already a miracle in itself. Archaic kings are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, and the little golden creature is also of the royal race. It's not surprising that they know each other. The Crimson Dragon Daoist spoke and said, perhaps they really knew each other in the past. Perhaps this young lady is a 9 transformations divine silkworm. The little golden creature might have sensed a familiar aura. The young lady was a 9 transformations divine silkworm? That was possible. Everyone looked at the strange source in shock. The young lady inside was still rather tender. Was she really an unrivaled Holy Spirit after the 9 transformations? Only now did everyone realize that the bloody spear pierced through her heart from the back and not from the front. This gave people endless wild and fanciful thoughts. Perhaps the young lady was ignorant of worldly affairs and died from a sneak attack. Perhaps the 9 transformations divine silkworm had forgotten the past and was taken advantage of. As for what exactly happened in the archaic era, it had already passed away like smoke. No one truly knew. Only after a long time did everyone calm down. The value of this strange source was immeasurable. As an archaic king, the young lady inside was similarly a rare treasure. What's going on? Someone was shocked. He pointed at the crystal that looked like it was condensed from moonlight and said, "Why are there tears at the corners of the young lady's eyes? I don't remember there being any just now. It should be left behind by the little golden creature." When it landed on the source, it gave everyone a misconception. Ji family's great expert lightly brushed it, and the tears on the crystal completely disappeared. However, the tears at the corners of the young lady's eyes still hung there. Heavens, could it be that she's still alive? How is this possible? Many people were shocked and revealed expressions of disbelief. There were also people who laughed and said, "You all are too nervous." There were clearly tears at the start. Right, there were tears at the start. I seem to have seen them as well. Otherwise, if she was sealed inside, even if she was alive, she wouldn't be able to shed tears. Impossible, there definitely weren't any at the start. A dispute broke out in the stone garden. Everyone had their own opinions. Stop arguing. Ji family's great expert frowned and said, "She already doesn't have any life fluctuations." Only when a holy lord level figure spoke did everyone slowly calm down. "Little friend, it's your turn to cut the stone." Nangong Chi smiled and looked towards Yifan, gesturing for him to start. Even though the goddess didn't have any life, such a large piece of strange source that could float in the air was definitely comparable to a divine source. The youngsters of the Genesis Technique ancient family all sneered. They believed that no matter what, Yifan would not be able to make a comeback. Not to mention this piece of strange source, even the young lady inside is a peerless material for refining tools. What can you use to compete? I already said that the more precious the thing he cuts out, the more abundant our harvest will be because it will all belong to us. You dare to compete with us? Their faces were filled with cold smiles as they stared at Yifan and Li Heishui. The other party was overbearing and overbearing. Li Heishui gritted his teeth and sneered, "The thing you cut out might not be as precious as the divine medicine seed." "Heishui brat, what are you saying? Such a large piece of divine source is hard to find in the world. Don't be so stubborn." A disciple of the Genesis Technique ancient family sneered. Li Heishui said coldly, "In the eyes of the Holy Lands, divine medicines can extend the life of geniuses with the potential of emperors. They are much more precious than divine source. Plus, who knows what your source is? It might not even be as good as divine source. Laughable, it's useless no matter how stubborn you are. In a while, we will find someone to appraise it. Just wait to pay until you die." Yifan didn't say anything more. He waved his silver blade and started to cut the tomb. Nangong Chi didn't secretly attack this time. He quietly stood at the side with the other three elders and watched with a smile. They were certain in their hearts and didn't believe that Yifan could defy the heavens. Kacha. Yifan's blade was very fierce. With one blade, he cut down dozens of kilograms of stone. He didn't plan to slowly cut it down. "Little friend, be careful. Don't damage our treasures." Nangong Chi smiled and reminded him, as if everything was in his control. "Are you sure that what I cut out will belong to you, and not everything you have will be won by me?" Yifan put away his blade and looked at him calmly. "You probably don't have any hope." Nangong Chi smiled and stroked his beard. "You won't cry until you see the coffin. We are waiting to see what rare treasures you can cut out." The youngsters of the Genesis Technique ancient family all sneered. "Okay, today I will defy the heavens and show you." Yifan replied calmly. Hearing him say this, everyone present revealed a look of surprise, including the few holy master level figures. All the saints and saintesses looked over. Some of the old men were also bewildered. All eyes were focused on him. Kacha. Yifan's second blade fell and cut off another dozen kilograms of stone. He didn't show any mercy at all. It was as if he was peeling a radish. An old man reminded, "Little friend, you are cutting the immortal tomb, not chopping vegetables. You should be more careful." Yes, this old man's heart hurts just looking at it. If you damage the immortal treasure, it will be too late for regrets. The people at the side were all scared witless. Yifan smiled. The blade turned, and stone fragments flew everywhere. His movements became light and agile. He swung his blade again and again, no longer making large movements. Suddenly, an incomparable holy aura rushed out. The immortal tomb overflowed with colorful lights and shone brilliantly. It was very mysterious. There really are immortal treasures in the immortal tomb. Everyone was shocked. Kacha. Yi Fan's blade slashed down. Many large pieces of stone cracked and fell off. And it was also at this time that two golden lights shot out like two burning torches. They were two gazes. Yi Fan decisively retreated. Even he didn't think that he would cut out a living creature. Heavens, there are living creatures in the immortal tomb. Gazes like torches. There are living creatures buried in the heavenly ancient tomb. There are immortal spirits in the heavenly sealed immortal tomb. A wave of exclamations came. Everyone was dumbfounded and shocked on the spot. One of the most abrupt voices shouted, "The fiery golden eyes Sun Wukong." The others didn't know who Sun Wukong was, but Yi Fan did. He knew that it must be Pang Bo shouting. He must have also come to the scene. The ancient immortal tomb was overflowing with colorful lights, sacred and auspicious. No one would have thought that there would be a living creature inside. Chapter 378. The immortal tomb's ancient stone surface cracked apart. It was sparkling like a glass pagoda and blossomed with radiance, as if it was the world's most magnificent object. 10,000 streaks of multicolored light and thousands of streaks of auspicious colors appeared. It was almost translucent, as if it was cast from the world's most precious rainbow gems. It was extremely dreamy. It was originally simple and unadorned, but now that it saw the light of day, it was like a divine moon in the sky. Silver splendor descended, the holy splendor hazy. When faced with those two torch-like gazes, Yi Fan used a Genesis technique to lock down heaven and earth, isolating himself from the immortal tomb. He retreated as if he was flying, disappearing into the crowd. Could it be that there really was an immortal spirit emerging? Or was there a creature within the ancient tomb undergoing nirvanic rebirth? Or was it that another archaic king was born? Everyone was shocked, no one able to face it calmly. This wasn't any other stone, but rather an immortal tomb. The living creature within this natural ancient tomb could be said to be earth-shattering. After the shock, everyone was filled with endless fear. They all retreated. Even though the aura was pure and holy, blood might flow like a river in the next moment. Hurry and retreat. Hurry and leave this place. Quite a few people cried out loudly with terrified expressions. They rushed into the distance, not wanting to stay for even a moment longer. It was as if they were running from a prehistoric vicious beast. Today, everyone's horizons were broadened. They had seen all types of rare treasures and witnessed miracles, but now, they might face a life and death disaster. It came out. It came out from the immortal tomb. Quite a few people felt cramps in their calves, almost unable to move their feet. It was difficult for them to escape, because right now, the heavens seemed to be pressing down, continuously sinking. A tremendous pressure descended. Everyone was alarmed and in great disorder. They wanted to escape this place and preserve their lives. A mysterious creature appeared, its power flourishing, making everyone tremble uncontrollably. This was a pressure that originated from the soul, as if a superior was looking down on ants. The Ji family's expert was the first to take action. His 5 fingers spread out, and 5 streaks of electrical radiance shot out. They interweaved together to form a divine net, wrapping around the immortal tomb, wishing to send it into the formation patterns at the center. Those were the Tao patterns they had carved for the blood sacrificial altar. Who would have thought that this stone didn't produce a living king, and instead, a shocking accident happened in the immortal tomb. Pooh! The sound wasn't loud, but there was a terrifying energy fluctuation. A hand reached out from the immortal tomb and crushed the divine net in an instant. Ji family's mighty figure's attack was futile. He couldn't send the immortal tomb into the center of the formation. The tomb didn't move at all. A pair of powerful hands grabbed onto the tomb and widened the crack. Gotcha! The immortal tomb completely cracked apart. A pair of arms reached out first, and at the same time, those two eyes became even more resplendent, flickering with light like two bright lamps. Hairy arms? That's definitely not an immortal spirit. What kind of monster is it? Golden fur and humanoid arms. What kind of creature is this? Everyone retreated while shouting. Many of the faster ones had long since disappeared. However, even more people chose to watch from afar. The stone squares of the various holy lands had clearly stated that flying was not allowed, but at this moment, no one cared. Their lives were more important, so they all soared into the sky. Clang! The great Xia Imperial Uncle made his move. 9 streams of true dragon chi flew out of his body, surging and roaring like real dragons. In an instant, they coiled in front of Qin Wentian. The 9-dragon tomb wrapped around him, lifting him off the ground and sending him into the Dao pattern space to teleport him into the heavenly prison of the God City. Wang! The void was like a great drum. It was beaten until it began to tremble, buzzing non-stop. 2 beams of light shot out from the immortal tomb, devouring the draconic energy and slowly breaking down the 9 true dragons, destroying them in the air. That's its gaze, it's actually so terrifying. Its eyes can turn into a dragon. Just what kind of creature is this? It's so powerful. Even some of the older generation figures were horrified. This result made them feel waves of cold air. The saints and saintesses all had serious expressions. They stood in the air and watched without blinking. Especially the great Xia Imperial Prince, his expression was incomparably grim. His eyes were sharp as he stared at the immortal tomb. Boom! Suddenly, the 3rd great bandit Su Tianxiong made his move. He slapped down with his palm, and a great imprint appeared under his palm. On it, dragons and tigers contended for supremacy, and Dao patterns densely covered it. The great imprint was simple and unadorned. It was unknown how heavy it was as it slowly pressed towards the immortal tomb. At this moment, everyone felt suffocated, almost unable to breathe. Boom! The creature in the immortal tomb didn't use any tricks. It directly smashed out with a fist. That golden hairy palm flickered with golden light, as if it had the power to shatter the heavens. Its fist smashed out. The void was like a painting scroll, trembling with walala sounds as if it would be torn apart at any time. It displayed its masculinity and domineeringness to the extreme. Pang! The golden hairy fist smashed into the simple and unadorned great imprint, releasing a loud sound. The eardrums of everyone in the distance rang with wang wang sounds. Many people couldn't stand steadily, almost falling from the sky. The great imprint slowly disappeared, silently shattering. That golden hairy hand also trembled a bit, stopping in the air by itself. Then, it slowly retracted. The 3 Holy Lord level figures took action one after another. It was clear that they had already seen through something. As a great figure, Eoran didn't attack together, but instead separated and surrounded it. Meanwhile, the creature in the immortal tomb didn't rush to jump out either. It seemed to be thinking that it definitely wasn't a vicious creature that only knew how to kill. The crimson dragon old Daoist took 2 steps forward. The creature in the immortal tomb was no longer calm. With a hong sound, it completely shattered the ancient tomb and walked out with large steps. This type of creature is, in the distance, cries of alarm sounded. This humanoid creature's aura was extraordinary, possessing a high level of battle intent. It wasn't all that tall, less than 5 feet in height, but it was extremely sturdy. It had the appearance of a human, covered densely in golden fur that flickered with radiance. Even though it wasn't all that majestic and imposing, it possessed a powerful feeling of power. With a raise of its hand, it seemed like it could pluck the stars and seize the moon. With a light movement, even the void would distort. It was like an ape, but it was even more similar to a human. Only, the golden fur was dense, making it hard to classify it as a human. As it stood there, there was a type of aura of supremacy. This was a type of innate pressure, as if it was a supreme being that towered above the clouds, looking down on all creatures in this world. Its eyes shot out golden light in all directions, fiery light like torches. The legendary monkey, Sun Wukong? This type of thought also appeared in Yifan's mind. Of course, he only thought about it, not believing it to be true. At the feet of this creature, there was a pile of broken divine origin mixed with multicolored light. The light was dazzling, but it was difficult to conceal its might. Its fiery eyes swept over everyone, causing their hearts to palpitate. At this moment, it was the only thing in this world. Regardless of whether it was the divine origin fragments or the goddess not far away, they were all ignored. Everyone was nervously staring at it. This was a truly living creature that had been cut out by hundreds of thousands of people. It was a powerful supreme being from the archaic era, and it might even be a king. The expressions of those from the light-shaking realm changed drastically. Not only had they suffered heavy losses, but the appearance of this powerful creature also made them feel uneasy. It was very likely that it would destroy the stone square. The immortal graveyard had been displayed here for who knew how many years. Ever since it was rejected by the Genesis technique grandmasters, no one had paid attention to it. They had never thought that there would be a living creature inside. Furthermore, it was very obvious that this creature had awakened a long time ago, but it had never been born. Fortunately, they had cut it out today. Otherwise, if it suddenly jumped out on its own in the future, there might be some kind of chaos. Bang! Suddenly, the supreme being of the Ji clan made his move again. A large pitch-black hand formed, covering the sky and the earth, covering the entire stone garden. The large black hand covered the sky and pressed down like a dark cloud. It was the great void handprint, and it pressed down until the void continuously collapsed. This creature covered in golden fur let out a low roar. It opened its mouth and spat out a ray of golden light. Its powerful aura made everyone watching the battle tremble. The golden light it spat out blocked the large black hand. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, resounding throughout the divine city. It was as if a large star had been destroyed in the star domain. It was terrifying to the extreme. The crimson dragon Daoist's ancient robe fluttered in the wind. He walked forward step by step, revealing a shocked expression. This is an archaic king race. King race? After hearing this, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Even more people quickly retreated, wanting to hide in the horizon. Archaic king race were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. They could be compared to great emperors. Dao brother, are you sure that he is from the archaic king race? The third-ranked bandit Su Tianxiong asked. The crimson dragon Daoist nodded and said, he is from the archaic king race, but that doesn't mean that he has already become an archaic king. If I'm not wrong, he hasn't matured yet. An archaic king race that hasn't matured yet, everyone was even more shocked. There was still a terrifying room for growth. He already possessed such shocking combat prowess before reaching the peak. If he truly became an archaic king, what kind of might would he possess? This is a sacred battle ape of the archaic king race, a natural-born battle saint. Even in the archaic era, only 2 or 3 of them could be found. When the crimson dragon Daoist said these words, everyone present felt even more alarmed. A sacred ape that was born for battle, just the name alone was enough to tell its status. At this moment, this sacred battle ape's expression also displayed its transcendence. Its eyes were fiery and golden, and its battle intent was high. It looked disdainfully at all directions, and every movement it made seemed like it could break the heavens. A king that hadn't matured yet, a natural-born battle saint, even the supreme existences were moved. If they could subdue it now, what kind of heaven and earth would there be in the future? Just the thought of it made everyone astonished. The Ji clan's supreme existence took action. The heaven-severing finger flicked out, and 5 true dragons took form. They pounced forward, wanting to restrain the sacred battle ape. Bang! This sacred battle ape's entire body blossomed with golden light. Every single strand of hair became sparkling and translucent, and there was actually a dignified charm to it. It was simple and direct as it smashed out with a punch. Pop! A shattering sound rang out from the stone garden. This sacred battle ape that hadn't matured yet shattered the 5 true dragons with a single punch, breaking through the supreme secret technique recorded in the void ancient scripture. As expected, it is a natural-born battle saint. Everyone was astonished. This sacred battle ape's strength could break the heavens. It wasn't tall and sturdy, but it had the power to pull up mountains. In the distance, Yi Fan didn't fly up into the sky and instead watched from the bamboo forest with Li Heishui. He felt that his blood flow was somewhat faster, and he hurriedly suppressed it and covered it up. The Crimson Dragon Daoist walked forward and stretched out a large scarlet-red hand, grabbing towards the sacred battle ape. As soon as he made his move, the expressions of the supreme existences changed. They were afraid that this far ancient imperial race would be subdued. The sacred battle ape's expression also changed, and the golden hair on its body stood on end. The divine force in its body revolved 9 times, and 9 rays of divine light flashed on the surface of its body, becoming more and more resplendent. The sacred battle ape races 9 revolutions heavenly art. The Crimson Dragon Daoist didn't dare to be careless. A scarlet dragon coiled around his large hand, and it let out a deafening dragon roar.